All right, ladies and gentlemen, you ready for this? Here we go on 3, 2, and a 1. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battlefield show. This is episode number 32 with a special guest, BrettFX, legendary shoutcaster, esports shoutcaster, commentator for about 8 years now. And I invited him onto the show to talk some Battlefield, a blast from the past too. We'll get into old time Battlefield where it all started, and then we'll get into the future of Battlefield when it comes to esports and all that stuff. We'll get his opinions on everything. BrettFX, welcome to the program. How you doing today?
Doing all right.
All right,
Looking forward to going down some memory lane.
Hell yeah. Let's start off going with that. Again, chat, thank you so much for joining on in here early. We're going to be going on for maybe a couple hours. It really depends on how nitty gritty we get into everything. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to Battlefield in general and the whole esports thing. It's where did it go, right? Is it coming back? We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So welcome on in here, everybody. And if you enjoy this kind of content, please do follow the channel, because we'll be doing more of these every weekend as the road to Battlefield 6 is beginning here pretty soon, or whatever they're going to call it. But Brett, let's just start off with how'd you get into Battlefield 5 or Battlefield in general? How did you started as a competitive player, I believe?
Well, I mean, I played Battlefield before I became a competitive player. So
Okay.
back in the day, I was a real big Delta Force player. I played. I don't know if you guys know Delta Force, but it was a Nova Logic game, and it was actually bought out by EA and then shut down quickly after. Which no surprise, right?
Oh, there you go. That's
But
EA.
yeah, so played Delta Force. Basically every iteration all the way up through Black Hawk Down. And Black Hawk Down actually came out, I believe, a year before. It was either a year before or a few months before Battlefield 2 did. And I had a buddy who was like, man, you should really check this other game out because it's got vehicles in it. Delta Force
Ooh.
back then, it had vehicles, but everything was on a track. And
Oh.
so this was like, you can actually get in them, you can actually pilot them. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. So I played for a little while. I think I played for about 3 or 4 months. But to be honest with you, as much as I liked Battlefield 2, it was a fun game. There were some inherent problems with it. I mean, the hit boxes, the hit detection
Yeah.
was horrendous.
Yeah.
And I remember like basically the only servers that I played towards the end of it was Karkin 24/7 infantry only.
Same here.
And it was just like nade spam throughout the entire time. Like, and it was kind of cool, but it got old real quick. So I kind of went back to Delta Force and in some other games there for a while. And I actually jumped off and got back into console play with Halo. I'm
Oh,
sure
sick.
everybody played Halo at least once in their life, but there for a while because I was let's see, Halo 2, I think 2006
Hmm.
was when I started getting into Halo console. Got the Xbox, and then I believe 2007 was when the 360 came out. And when that happened,
Okay.
I got real big into LANs. We had back in my town, we would have LANs upwards of around 15 to 20 people showing up, and we would just hang out the entire night until 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, just playing
Oh
Halo
yeah.
LANs. We had the wires all strung out around every room.
Oh
We
yeah.
over at my house, so we had like I think it was like five rooms downstairs. You count everything, and then there was an upstairs. So we had the main switch because one of our buddies, his brother at the time was an IT guy at the school.
Ooh.
So we actually we actually started playing at the school, but they kicked us out. So what he did is he borrowed a switch, one of those
There you
big
go.
like 32 port switches, and we actually had the switch downstairs in the main living room, and then wires strung out everywhere to all the boxes and the TVs and everything. It was crazy. But and then actually Bad Company 1 got me back
Hmm.
into the Battlefield series.
Oh,
So I
how about
played that
that?
on I played that on Xbox. and I was just like, "Oh, dude, this is awesome!"
The
Like
new
it just
Frostbite engine, man. It must
it
have been
was, dude.
hype as
I'm
I was hype. I was hype. I couldn't
not
wait.
only that, but do you remember the promotional material coming up to Bad Company 1?
Ooh,
Like,
I remember. I remember the
oh, dude,
sounds and everything. The
the
explosions.
promotional, like they
Oh yeah.
people talk about Battlefield 3. No, go back and look at Bad Company 1's promotional videos before the game came out. So much better. So much better. It was a game that didn't take itself too seriously, and it was so fun. I loved it.
They were
Probably one of my
hilarious.
favorite games in the series.
There's a lot of them
Uh,
that are just like with the characters themselves, just like bantering with each other, and it just
oh yeah.
ends. They're like,
Oh
wait,
yeah.
what?
Yeah, go look up Rainbow Sprinkles. It's great. Bad Company 1 Rainbow Sprinkles. Hey, Catalyst, how's it going, man? But yeah, so I mean, that got me back into the series. And then Bad Company 2 came out, and that's when I got back in the PC. I finally had a stable job. I was in college at that time, so I had more time during the day, and I started playing Bad Company 2. And at that point in time in Bad Company 2, I saw a video from Thready. I don't know if you know who Thready is.
I think
He had a
so.
YouTube channel that was called Hundreds of Them, and then he changed it to Thready later on. Did a whole bunch of montages. Full Metal is probably his most popular series montage.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah. So he did a montage on, I think it was Full Metal 2, I believe. And it was on, I think it was, what was the big map on Bad Company 2? Metal something, something metal. I don't quite remember what it was, but it was huge map. He threw a C4 up in the air, and a chopper was trying to take him out, and he ended up blowing it up, killed the chopper. And I was like, I've done that before. I can make YouTube videos and I can get popular on YouTube. Little did I know that there was a whole lot of editing that goes involved with YouTube and
Oh
montage
yeah.
making. And I quickly found out that YouTube sucks. I did not like it at all. I have absolutely no aptitude for editing. I have no patience for it whatsoever. And so I kind of went dark on the whole making videos thing, but I
Hmm.
stayed in Battlefield. Really enjoyed it. And I found a video from Shibby 2142, who at the
Ah,
time was
yes.
really big. He was there with like Badger and
Yeah.
Enigma 6, or Sergeant Enigma, and a bunch of the like really original like big YouTubers that came up in Bad Company too. He did a competitive match with Rival, and I can't remember the second team, but they actually had to watch the match. So if you remember correctly, in Bad Company 2, they had the recon class had the binos with the artillery.
Yeah. I
So they
remember.
actually had to spawn in, go find a hill somewhere out of the way of everybody that's shooting and everything, and then watch it with the binoculars the whole match. It was it's the jankiest shit ever. Yeah. But anyways, so I saw that video and I was like, oh shit, this is cool. Like I didn't know people played this competitively. Like this is pretty cool.
Hmm.
And so that got me watching more and more of the videos. At that time, Bad Company 2 was at the end of its life cycle, and Battlefield 3 was ramping up. Battlefield 3 came out, and started playing the game. Had a fantastic time with it. The team or the community that I was with at the time, though, they were not competitive people at all.
Okay.
They looked down very poorly at competitive players wanting to match and scrim and do the organized type stuff. So tried to get a team together for TWL. They didn't want to, so I ended up leaving them and going and looking. And I found a video from X Factor, and I'm sure you're
Right.
well aware of who X
Yeah.
Factor is.
Yeah.
And he did a call out for X to basically a it was a
Like
big promotional deal for him and his YouTube channel and his team. But
okay.
basically,
Okay.
what they were going to do is they were putting together a community team from people that they would sort through a whole bunch of applications, and then they would teach the team how what to do, how to play. They would introduce them into the competitive scene.
Oh.
And I saw that video. I applied for it, and I ended up getting invited to come in and play. So I ended up practicing or trying out for the team. I made it. I was a repair. I was a secondary vehicle and a repair guy on the maps. So a lot of the maps, multiple vehicles. Some of the maps, multiple vehicles were banned.
I
Some of them they
remember.
weren't. And so you would have like you would want to have multiple vehicle players for certain maps back in the 8v8 days. And that's kind of what my role was. And when I wasn't in a vehicle, I was a repairman and an extra infantryman for the team. So that was when I got into the game, and a lot of guys would have known them by X Factor's Minions. So
Yeah.
I was on the team X Factor's Minions. I was the one of the original members of that team, and that was my first foray into competitive Battlefield. We actually did pretty good. Now, a lot of the very heavy hitting teams at that time, probably like the top, I would say three or so, kind of stopped playing, disbanded, or kind of spread out a bit. It was a very weird time. People were playing a lot of different modes. They were having
Mhm.
some back and forths about should it go back to 8v8, should it go to 12v12s, a lot of
Yes.
different stuff. And because at that time most of the competitive had been played still on Battlefield 2 for the longest time. There was still stuff on Bad Company 2, but a lot of stuff was still happening on Battlefield 2 as well. So you had a whole bunch of transitioning coming in, and it was back and forth on a whole lot of it. So but
Yeah,
when we came in.
I remember talking to a few competitive
Mhm.
players, even on the program, and they're always talking about should we go back to 8v8? I think 8v8 was the best, or
Yeah.
10v10, and it must have been a really main topic and controversial back then because they kept bringing it up like all the time. I was like, I didn't even know any of this at the
Mhm.
time. So yeah, very
Oh
interesting.
yeah, yeah. It was, well, you had, see, Battlefield 3, you had a big split in the community.
Yeah,
And it was
yeah.
more than just like 5v5 and 8v8. You had a split between three different modes. You had a split with 8v8 Conquest,
Hmm.
5v5 Conquest, and 4v4 Squad Rush. And
Yeah.
it really, 5v5 Conquest at first did not was not popular.
Okay.
Um, it was like really really pushing hard through Squad Rush. And if you go back and you look at like Eyeballers, Universe, um, Six Fins, let's see, trying to remember their name, but it's been so long since I've
You know, we're
talked
digging.
about them. But there was a couple other European teams that were
Mhm.
really big in the 4v4 stuff, and they have some fantastic matches if you can still find them back in the day for Squad Rush. That was what they really pushed, and it was a really good mode. And I still firmly believe to this day that if we had the Battlefield 4 or Battlefield 1 Spectator for Battlefield 3, we
Uh-huh.
would we would have a Battlefield Squad Rush community competitive scene. And I don't just mean like community cups. I'm talking about legit tournaments, lands. I mean, we would be, I think if we would have had Spectator then for Squad Rush, we would have been basically where Rainbow Six is now.
But
Because,
Squad Rush wasn't really too popular with some competitive players. What was it?
well, it depends on which competitive players you talk to.
Yeah, I guess
Like I
so.
said,
I
that
mean,
that was the split. That was the split. There was a major split in the community. Because you had the 8v8 guys who were really
yeah,
big in vehicles. They wanted the big maps and the vehicles.
exactly. Yep.
And they hated Squad Rush. I mean, literally, there was like on the forums all the time. There was just bitching and back and forth about how Squad Rush is just for Katie whore and pussies, and oh, Conquest is
Exactly.
just for people who don't know how to play the game. They just want to sit back with a repair tool. I mean, there was just all kinds of shit back and forth between the two groups. Now
Hmm.
there was some overlap. Obviously, there was overlap in the group, and I mean, to an extent, I'll even admit it. To an extent, I didn't like Squad Rush at first, not as a
Yeah. Okay.
spectator, but as a player. And the reason why I didn't like Squad Rush at first was because I didn't understand how the game was played. Once I actually sat down and forced myself to learn the strategies behind it, Squad Rush was fucking awesome. I love that mode. That mode was perfect. And the thing about it was that Squad Rush came about at a time when it was the perfect moment for everything for it to become an esport. CS:GO had not taken off yet. It was still very controversial in the source engine, going
Oh
from
yes.
source going to what we have right now. It was very controversial for the League of Legends was still like the kind of the main game, but
Hmm.
we were still impressed when League of Legends was knocking down $100 to $200,000 or 200 thousand people watching. Like that was, oh my god, on Twitch back then was 100 to 200K. Like now
Yeah.
that's nothing. That's like a weekend, you know, and they're talking about ham sandwiches or something. But I mean, this was like, it was just up and coming. Twitch was really becoming a big thing. It was starting to get rolling, starting to get moving. You were hearing about more and more tournaments, getting more and more money involved. Companies were starting to look into esports. They were starting to want to put their brand out there on events and sponsors and all kinds of stuff. And we just didn't have a way to view it. We didn't have a way to view Battlefield 3. That was where it really hurt it. Like I said, to this day, I still think had we had a spectator mode on the level of Battlefield 4, Battlefield 1, then
Okay.
Squad Rush would be a competitive esport. Obviously, it wasn't perfect in Battlefield 3, but it would have been refined, and we could have been on par with what Rainbow Six is right now. I truly
Wow.
believe that,
So
100%. We had
including
some
the
big,
platform, including the
oh, we
platform.
had big name teams that were involved back in the day. I mean, you're
Oh,
talking
I've
about,
seen it. I've seen it.
yeah. I mean, you're talking about like Epsilon, Fnatic, you know, I mean, big teams, big guys, Meet Your Makers at the time, Dignitas, some of the original, you know, OG esports teams. But it just wasn't there. I mean, they just didn't finish it. And that's why I still say today, when I go into these arguments about
Ah.
when they say that Battlefield esports can't work in a 5v5 setting, I still argue with them today. It's never been truly put together correctly. There's always been pieces missing, always. But yeah,
That sucks.
so that was a little bit of a tangent there. But I played for about a year,
Mhm.
I believe. I played mainly on the 8v8 team. I actually have some scrims and matches and stuff on my channel back
Mhm.
in the day. I played a little bit of 5v5 Conquest. I played some 6v6 back in the TWL ladders. For any of you guys in North America, remember TWL? Hey. But played in the TWL ladders, 6v6, did 4v4 Squad Rush, of course. And then I started to, well, I'll tell you another piece of Battlefield esport history, I guess you could say.
Sure. Go
Do
for it.
do you remember the Virgin Mobile esports tournament that was supposed to happen on console?
No.
There was a
No.
$1 million esports event announced for Battlefield 3. And I'm sure some of you guys in chat remember this. But yeah,
Oh my
it was
god.
what was his name? The guy who owns Virgin Mobile. It's like
Oh,
Bronson, something like
yeah,
that.
Richard Branson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he went in there and he said, you know, he did his whole spiel on it, and they had the Battlefield 3 music in the background, and they said, we are going to have online tournaments all around the world, and we're going to invite the top, I don't remember, was like 8 teams or something like that, to a LAN, and we're going to have a $1 million tournament. And at that time, it was the largest prize pool that had been announced. Like, no shit. It was crazy.
For
Um,
BF3.
for Battlefield 3. Go to YouTube and search it up, dude. I'm
I
dead
don't
freaking
remember.
serious. It is still out there. So the website, a whole bunch of people signed up on the website. They had a bunch of Call of Duty pros and Halo pros actually stopped playing COD and Halo in the day and switched over to Battlefield 3 on console for the longest time. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but Crim 6 played back in the day. He was on, I believe, Epsilon, I think it
Okay.
was.
All right.
Karma did as well. I
Oh
think.
wow.
Trying to think of some the other names. Like I said, it's been a while since I've talked about this, so I've forgotten. But a lot of big
I
names
bet.
from like Call of Duty and Halo played Battlefield 3 back in the day for this tournament. It ended up not going nowhere. The website, quite literally, like every like few weeks that you would go and take a look at it to see if what was updating on it, like pieces of the website would disappear, like sections of it would just go away, and then finally, just nothing that was ever said, of course, that it was going to was or wasn't going to happen. It just disappeared. So
Wow.
it's an
Well, that's why
interesting
I didn't
piece
hear.
of
That's why I didn't
Battlefield,
hear about it. That's why.
but it's an interesting piece of Battlefield history that people forget. Like
Oh
they
yeah.
want to bash on esports, but at one time there was a push in Battlefield 3, a very big push. I mean, you're talking about $1 million. That's still a big prize pool.
For those
And
times, yeah, yeah.
yeah, I mean, even now, it's a big prize pool. So pretty cool stuff there. But anyways, so I played for about a year. I was never the greatest player. Like I said, I was more of a support player back
Okay.
in the day. I could hold my own for the most part in a gunfight, but I was never one of the guys that was going to be, you know, getting all the frags or anything like that. I was more like communication guy. I paid attention to the mini map a lot. I did a lot of call outs. I did a lot of shot calling when it came to like 5v5 stuff
Okay.
for teams. And yeah, so I wasn't super amazing, I would say, but I could hold my own. And then after, let's see, it was probably, I think in like the end of 2012 or maybe the beginning of 2013. I can't quite remember. But I started to look at getting into community events, and I was like, you know, I kind of want to check out these like 32 versus 32 organized events. I had never at that time I had never played in one. I knew about 21CW and global conflict and things like that, but and I'll have to admit, I was one of those like snotty little competitive players. I was like, that's just stupid, blah blah blah. You know, I'm not gonna play no 32. That's just a pub match and shit like that. And
Yeah.
I didn't really know what it was. And but one day I was kind of like, you know, matches have slowed down. I'm kind of getting a little bit burnt out on it. I want to try something new.
Okay.
And Reddit, Team Reddit, it wasn't backed by Reddit, but it was a whole bunch of people off
I
of the
remember.
Battlefield Reddit
I remember
wanted
them.
to get
Yes.
together, and they had a match. And I forget who the first match was again. It may have been like 21CW or Global Conflict or something like that. But I was like, Mac, hey, man. And Mac was also on Minions, and he was one of the guys that was heading it up with Daskro.
Yep.
And I was like, hey, you got to let me in. Like, I know signups have already been over, and I know, but you got to let me in at least one match. Like, I want to play. And he was like, no, man, we can't do it. We can't do it. You know, we already let these people in. I was like, just one map, one map. I just want to see what it's like. And he was like, all right. And I was like, hey, okay. How about I do this? Because
Uh-huh.
at that time they were talking about how they were having trouble. They were having trouble showing people and communicating about the maps, what was happening around the map, like what were call outs, what were places, where they
Right.
should go, that type of thing. And I was like, well, dude, I've made map call outs for like 8v8s and 5v5s. I'll do that for 32s. Would you let me in if I did that? And he was like, yeah. So I don't know if any of you guys have seen it here in chat or not, but I made a bunch of map call out videos on like Tehran Highway, Sign Crossing for mainly like 5v5, 8v8 stuff. And it like, I go through all of our call outs that are on the map. I outlined them all and did all that kind of stuff. And
Oh wow.
it was kind of funny too, because like I'll talk to people on console that I have never met before, never talked to them a day in my life. They'll be like, "Oh, you're Brett, yeah, dude. We used your call out videos back in the day. They were so awesome." I was like, well, "Sweet, yeah, that's kind of cool." But
I'm sure I
so,
used
anyways,
yours as well for me
oh,
for
dude, I don't have
matches.
any now. I don't have any now, but
No, no,
back in
back
the
in the day.
day,
No, I played them
oh,
back in the
dude,
day.
we well, what was really cool about it was that it inadvertently like standardized a lot of the callouts, not every one of them, but a lot of the
Sure.
callouts got standardized from those videos. And they weren't my callouts. I'm going to be straight up with you. They were
Okay.
rivals callouts. They were rivals callouts. They taught us the callouts, and then I then asked permission if it was okay if I made a video, and then I kind of made it public for everybody.
Oh, nice. Okay. It's a
So
team
you know, it
effort.
was really, yeah, it was really cool to be able to say like I could go into any pug match, um, and we knew call outs, like everybody knew what it was. It was really cool at the time. So anyways, I made the call out video for the 32s, got to play it, and I was like, holy shit, this is awesome.
Right.
Because at that time I had only experienced 32 versus 32 like in the public setting, but with it being organized changes everything. I mean,
Oh
everybody in here
yeah.
will know that it changes everything. And I was like, holy shit, this is cool. This is Battlefield, you know? This is what I want. So I got really heavy into the Reddit team. I ended up actually becoming one of the heads of Team Reddit. We had a organized this is how we had an organized mumble back in the day.
Oh yeah.
And later went to TeamSpeak. We had our own server there for a while. We actually had practices. We had practices every other week, I believe it was, and we were getting anywhere from 80 to 110 people coming up for practice.
Whoa.
It was really impressive. We were actually able to fill out two servers of 32 versus 32 at one point, I think, at our height for practicing.
Hey.
It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. And what we did, we took a different direction when we went into Team Reddit. We kind of went with the idea of that we want to be able to show these players how to be better. Like, I'm not trying to say that in a cocky way, but like we wanted to show these players how they could be better Battlefield players. That went from shooting correctly, what guns to shoot, what attachments to use on those guns, call outs, movements, positioning, how to head glitch, any kind of movement glitches that were in the game. Like, we wanted to show them how to be the best player, to have the most amount of or the biggest advantage when it went up into a fight that we possibly could. And we actually had, towards the end of Team Reddit's life cycle, we had a 5v5 team, we had an 8v8 team, we had a 12v12 team, we had the 32s. But we had some of the best infantry players at the end of Battlefield 3 and at the beginning of Battlefield 4 that actually came out of Team Reddit, like some of the best in the world. These
Oh,
players would go in and they would just take over matches. It was amazing to see. It was really awesome, especially because where they came from to where they went to. We were able to do some really cool stuff with players, and I think at one time I think we had like I think it was like 17 or 18 players that came from Team Reddit that was never in the competitive scene before, joined Team Reddit, and actually were on top teams in Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4. So it was pretty cool. Proud of
oh,
myself right there, I will say. Um,
oh, hell yeah.
so we ended up doing that, and in amongst all of this community stuff that I was doing, and then some stuff for CGL back in the day, we did some 8v8 stuff. Dascro, he put together a cast, and I'll get into the how we used to do these casts originally, but this is how I got into casting, and it's
Yeah, yeah.
nothing against Dascro here, but this is a little funny how it happened. So Dascro does a cast, and it's actually a team that I was on called Morning Glorin.
Oh,
It
okay.
was an AV8 CGL team. It was just a pug team that we put together for this event. He did it. It was on Tehran Highway, I believe. And
Okay.
he was casting. He was going through all of it, and we had to record videos and send them to him. Anyways, I'm watching this video as it's going through, and I'm like, man, hey, Dascro missed this, or man,
Oh,
hey, why didn't he
wow.
mention that, or what is he talking about right here? And in my mind, I was like, dude, I can do better than this. Like, I'm gonna talk to Daskar and I'm gonna see if he'll let me on the cast. Because at that time, I was really deep in the competitive play. I mean, strats, dude, we had it down pat to where we used to be able, or we used to go into servers, we would spawn as the engineer with the mines. We would lay a mine down, we would kill ourselves, and then we'd respawn, put a mine down, and we would do that until we started repeating spawns, and then we would go back. We would expand the map and then take a picture of it, because at that time the mines would leave little X's, and then we would see where
Ah.
all of the spawns were at on the map. I mean, that's how in depth we got into this thing.
It's a
We knew.
natural it's a natural progression too,
Oh
especially
yeah.
when I mean, you go back to like any sport really. You go to basketball, dude, who are the commentators now? All ex NBA players. Or you go
Oh
to
yeah.
anything like that and
Mhm.
you got people who were involved and it looks like it was just a natural progression for you
Oh
being
yeah.
the call out man, the support player. Oh, he's the one that knows where or he tells me where to go or this is where we need to
Yeah.
be. It just kind of seems like this is a natural progression towards that.
And it felt kind of like that too. It was really easy for me to go at to player to, like, basically player to team leader to coach to caster. Like, it was a really easy transition through all of that for me. Um and so I talked to Dashcro and he was like, yeah, you can cast. That'd be great to have a co-caster help me out on these things. And I was like, sweet. So how do we do this?
And this started in Battlefield 3.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So this is how janky this was. And I will never do this again in my life.
Okay.
But the way we used to do it is that we would request that every player who was playing in that match record. They would then take
Right.
that recording and they would
Mhm.
send the recording to us. Okay. Now, Dasker and I would both have a set of copies of the recordings. We would then watch every video. So if it was a 5v5, we would watch 10 videos if they all sent them in. If it was an 8v8, we would watch all 16 videos. Okay.
Okay.
We
What
would
was the
watch them
next
from
step?
start to finish so that we could see where all of the exciting moments happened. And then we would go into Adobe Premiere and we would watch the videos, and then we would mark where the exciting points happen, and we would sync them all up. We would literally sync them all up at once. And then we would record in Adobe Premiere while we're switching views at the same point that we marked every single one of those. So we would go through, and it would take hours to do one match. A 30-minute match took a half a day. So we go through, and I've got videos of it on my channel. You guys can go watch them. It's insane the amount of work that we had to put into it. But of course, you had inherent problems with, like, you know, video quality was different amongst all of them because not everybody at that time could record at, you know, 720 or 1080. I mean, that was still back when recording software was basically just Fraps. Or do you remember DxTory back in the day?
I do.
Yeah. So I mean, that was like DxTory was like the thing. If you had DxTory, man, you were on the bleeding edge. But you know, a lot of people, they didn't really have a whole lot of the capability to record at a high level. So we got a lot of bad quality videos. And it was really, really unprofessional looking. And Dasko and I, we would cast over that. And of course, we would have to kind of make up some of our hype. And I think this is one of the things that really helped me progress later on in Battlefield 3 and in Battlefield 4, because we had to kind of fake it in a way. Like, there were some amazing plays.
You would have to. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there were some amazing plays that happened, and we were just like, holy shit, that was cool. But now I got to get excited again when we rewatch it for the second time. So we would know it was coming up, and we you know, some of the hype moments that are in there, they're like totally fake. And I look at it and I just cringe when I think about it, because I'm like, oh my God, that's terrible.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, but we had to, that's how we used to do the first one.
BrettFX exposed.
So then another way that we used to cast it, and this was even worse, was that we actually used to get into a MAV. Now the problem with getting into a MAV, the problem with getting into a MAV is that it shows radar on the mini map. And I don't know if you remember, but back in the day, the MAVs in BF3 would cover a huge area, much bigger than the tugs. I mean, we're talking about, like, I think it was like triple the area of the tugs. It was insane. So on Grand Bazaar, you could take a MAV and put it in the middle of the map, and you could almost cover the entire middle section of the map, that tunnel that was coming through there, and the two connecting tunnels that were coming in. Like, it was insane. Well, that was a problem because not everybody could see everybody on the mini map. So we only did that, I think, for like maybe two matches we did that. And plus, the screen was completely grayed out because it was the thermo look. So everything was so everything was in like a thermal look.
I didn't know you guys went that janky. Oh my God.
It was terrible.
All right, so what was the next idea? What was the next idea after that?
Oh, excuse me. So then what happened? Something special and something that's never going to happen again because of the way that DICE has clamped down on their game.
Okay.
But we had basically a hack that allowed us to detach the camera from the player view, and we could use that camera to move around the map.
Oh, so like a clipping kind of camera.
Oh yeah. We would clip through everything. But the problem with that was that our bodies were still in the game. Well, so we could actually get shot and killed, and when that happened, we would crash. We would crash out of the server. So not only would we take a ticket from the team that we were on, but we would also crash, and you would lose, you know, your footage of however long it took you to get back in the server.
10 out of 10 esports.
So at the beginning of the games, we had to make sure that every team knew, and towards the end of Battlefield 3, every team knew how this worked because they had been cast before. But we had to let them know, okay, don't start the game. Everybody stand still. Let me run to the corner here. Let me hide real fast so nobody's going to kill me. I'm going to then activate my camera and then go. And that's the way we had to do it. And it was really cool too, because, and I wish I could remember the guy's name who created it, because he was like a super awesome guy. He deserved so much more credit than what he actually got. It was really sad to see the way things kind of went there. But he actually set it up to where we could use it with a controller. And so we had, you know, we could go up, down with the controller, left and right, all that kind of stuff, kind of zooming around like free cam is now.
Yeah.
But we could also set positions for the camera. So what I could do is I could set like one over on the A flag, one on the B flag, one on the C flag, and then if I hit up on the D-pad, it would take me directly over to the A flag. Something
Okay.
that something that Battlefield 4 actually to this day nobody has. To this day, Spectator in Battlefield still does not have the ability for. Hey, here, I'll get you one. Go
Okay.
to the videos, click on most popular.
Okay.
I'll show you one that's real fun. So this is, I know this is kind of skipping forward in time.
It's all
Okay,
right.
so how to get a squad wipe in the first 5 seconds?
Okay.
Have you seen that one?
We do have a
Oh
service.
yes. So
So this
music
actually,
showed me this one.
yeah. So this happened in a match on ESL. I remember I actually cast. This isn't the first time it happened, but I cast the first time that it happened. I was speechless.
And
I was like,
will be on the
what the
side
fuck
here once
just
again for the
happened?
ESL
And I
BF4
believe it
Go
was
for Cup
Jika's
number
team,
30.
the one that was
There's
using. I think it was
rocket coming out.
SK.
Boom! Takes
And
down
boom!
4 of those
All
players,
5
all
dead.
5 of them. That's going to be a complete wipe. That was the Jika with a nice
Oh my
rocket there.
god!
Yes,
Like
guys, you
that was huge there, man. That was an uproar for in the community for a while. But anyways,
Wow.
that was real fun. So where were we at? We're talking about Battlefield 3.
Yeah. How you
So
guys
we
set up
had
the spectator kind of stuff?
yeah, so we had the Spectator. There's the map, some of the map call out videos there as well on the screen that I'm seeing. But basically, it allowed us to do some really, really cool stuff. We were able to move around the map in a free camp, but the problem was is that we did not have first person view. And oh my God, the community was like, we want first person view, we want first person view, we want first person view. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you guys. We can't do it. So throughout all of Battlefield 3, that's what we used to cast. We did it for everything from 32s all the way down to 4v4s. And it was really, really cool. We were hitting, there were nights when I was hitting, 400 and 500 views in Twitch.
Yeah.
And like I said, to this day, I think that if we had a proper spectator mode in Battlefield 3, we would have a legit Battlefield esports right now. It would have forced DICE to yeah, man, good old Notary Harp. he was a good guy, man. I miss Notary. Probably one of the most easygoing guys ever. Like never got excited in a match at all. He could be going on like a 10 spree or something, and he's just like, yeah, they're over here on the left side of this. I got another one. He's just like the most level-headed guy ever. Anyways, so we did a lot of really cool stuff with casting in Battlefield 3. We actually had Zhinto, Daniel Matros. Do you remember Zhinto?
I remember this man, yes.
The very famous, not only is it going to be a big esport, but it's going to be the biggest esport. Yeah, that one.
The biggest esport.
And then also in November is like, how's the game, everybody? Is it working great for you? And you're just like, oh my God, did you really just do that? Oh, Jesus.
What do you think prompted him to say something like that? Something must have tipped him off as, ooh, we got some plans going on here that are going to make the esports community really happy.
Okay, so he had some really deep connections with Fnatic at that time, as well as with ESL. He was actually one of the people who were pushing esports back in the day for Battlefield. And he was really, really pushing them hard. He was trying to position with the smaller game modes to go into esports. The problem is that Battlefield 4, so do you remember Defuse? The game mode?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Defuse was supposed to be the de facto Battlefield esports mode. That was supposed to be the new competitive mode for Battlefield, was Defuse.
Right.
The problem was that the game was utter shit at launch. I love Battlefield 4. I still go back and play it. It's one of my favorite games of all time. But let's be honest, the first 6 months of Battlefield 4 sucked ass. It was a terrible game. It was
the worst experience
broken.
of my life. It was
so broken.
Experience. Yes.
So
and I was like, wait, I gotta shoutcast this? Like, I gotta play this? Like, oh my
dude, I had to take like I think it was like a 3 or 4 week break. It may not have been quite a month. But I had to take like a 3-week break just of doing nothing because I was so frustrated with it. It was so bad.
It dropped off a lot of people. I stayed with it, mainly because a little bit of patches came by like in the first few weeks, but they didn't really they fixed like main crashing bugs. But
well, the problem was
barely.
The problem was the game was so broken that, hey Mac, long time no see, man. How's it going?
Yeah. Welcome, everybody.
The problem was that oh, by the way, Mac OG X Factor Minions player right there. He's the guy that got me on the 32 versus 32 team. So props to him.
Dude. Fuck yeah.
But it was so busted that it took them so long to just get to the point to where the game was okay, to where they could start fixing like the really annoying bugs that were in the game. I'm
noticing in the video right here. Is this like that hack you were talking about?
This is the hack. This is the hack.
Because it looks like it's like a shotgun reticle.
Okay, so yeah, to go a little bit further back. So we're talking about so this is what we had to do to cobble together a spectator mode. And this is what's so frustrating.
This is you.
The developers. Well, the developers had seen this. They had seen these videos, so they knew.
I would think so.
So I had to go
ban you. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. Like we actually had Daniel Matros cast with us one time using this hack, and he actually talked to the dice devs, a couple of other producers that were there, and basically said, "Hey, look. These guys right here, the level BF guys, the guys that are going to be using them, put them on a whitelist. Don't ban them because this is what they're doing." And so we actually had like a go ahead to actually continue casting with this hack.
Let me guess. Somebody banned you guys.
Oh yeah, we had a couple of people that were banned.
I thought so. I would think
because I mean it was a hack. It was a legit hack.
Of course, right?
So
they're very good at banning the people that aren't actually hacking. I've seen that many times.
So this is what we had to do to cobble together a spectator mode. So if you're looking at the bottom left and the bottom right hand corners, that's a screen grab. Those are two separate screen grabs of Battlelog. That's the live score update off of Battlelog.
How about
so that? I overlaid that and put it onto the game here. Then, by the way, this is a fantastic match. If it's the one I'm thinking of, Eurythmics. No, this isn't the one I'm thinking of. The one with Nexus and I think it's Six Fins. Fucking fantastic match. It went down to the wire. Anyways, so then I had to. The top part is a separate program that was actually made for League of Legends casting at the day. So that's how I got the nameplates up there. And then if you look at the 177, that little bar right there, that's also another screen grab from the Battlelog that I put on there. So you could almost say that the spectator mode that we have now in Battlefield 5 took a lot of inspiration from this. It didn't, but I'd like to think that.
I'm sure. Okay, so let's just talk about, now that we were talking about Battlelog, some people are like trying to think about, it was really janky and it was definitely buggy. Had a lot of odd things going on for it.
Battlelog was the best thing that ever happened to communities.
Isn't that crazy? Because it's all, even though you have to run the game through a browser, which was, a lot of people were very much against that. Not a lot of people had like crazy rigs and they thought that was going to lag things. Ended up happening. And also there was another company they worked with to have in-game chat, like audio chat or something, maybe through the browser, and got really buggy and messy, and it was hard to like join servers and all that stuff. But anyway, like it had live progression. Pretty much like all the stuff that was going on in Battlelog, we were like, this needs to be in-game, like live, right? I mean, that's what people wanted it to go for. But it did bring a lot of things, and it told you the progression of the map, which map, who's in the map, is it about to end, is it about to begin? Like these things we need now, you know. So what do you think about the progression of Battlelog through history here?
So I had a conversation with a couple of the devs. Now I didn't get to speak to the devs from Battlelog. I did get to speak to some of the devs from DICE and a few of the producers and managers from EA.
Okay.
This is back, I think, at the very beginning of Battlefield 4. So it had been in like in 2013, 2014 when I had an opportunity to talk to them at an event. And they basically, what it was is that EA envisioned Battlelog it wasn't supposed to just be Battlefield. Eventually, the browser was supposed to be for all kinds of games. It was supposed to be kind of the launching point for it. And in my opinion,
all kinds
they
of
were
Battlefield games, or like all kinds of EA games.
Games, like all kinds of games. Period. Because
didn't EA own it, or who owned Battlelog?
Yes,
EA, right?
Yes, it was EA.
Yeah. They would allow different games on there. Like, is that what you mean? Or different EA titles? Yes.
Yeah, different EA titles.
Okay. I thought you meant like other games, like from other.
Oh no, not
companies.
Okay, so it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be like Steam or the Epic Store or something like that. No, it was like other EA pushed games.
Okay.
And so the idea was that it was supposed to be like this new platform that you were going to go to launch your games through. And if you think about it, I think the reason why it got so much backlash was because it was so radically different than what everybody was used to. Everybody was used to launching an EXE, going into the game, and then going into your servers.
Not launching through a browser was very I'm not sure about this, because I was not on board at first.
Oh, I was not either. I hated it. I hated it. Up until probably about the first year into Battlefield 4, I hated Battlelog. But I didn't understand what we had with Battlelog.
A lot of people don't.
Battlelog created a focal point for the communities to be able to keep in touch with each other through more than just having to have your own team speak. I was able to contact, and Battlelog was critical for me as a caster back in the day, especially because I cast over so many different leagues.
Okay.
So, oops, I just hit my mic. So I was able to have every single one of the captains on my friends list. They were able to message me anytime that they wanted to, if they had a match coming up or if they had something wrong with their match. I could message any of them if I wanted to let them know, hey, I have a day open if you have a match that we can go to. You had platoons, which allowed people to be able to come together who were not friends on Battlelog, but still were able to come together in a community setting. So maybe some of these people just didn't have the funds to start a server and to start TeamSpeak. Because I mean, back in the day, they were kind of expensive. To have
the limit. The 100 friend limit must have been hell for you, though, right?
Well, at first, it didn't have a limit.
Oh, really?
I had 100. Oh, yeah. I had 240 friends at one point on my Origins list. And some of you OG guys out there, I know Big Mac remembers this, but you were able to have any number of friends that you wanted to on Origin. But it was buggy. There was something about it that was buggy. I don't remember what it was exactly, but they limited it for 100 people. And I don't remember what reason it was back then. But yeah, I had to go through and like delete a shit ton of players before they did it. Because I think if you didn't, I believe it was like if you didn't take the friends off, then they were just going to take 100 people or however many people out and just give you 100. So you didn't know who you were going to be left with. So I had to go through and just start like deleting a whole lot of people to try and to keep all the important ones.
And Big Mac said something in the chat there about Origin, Battlelog regarding Origin coming on in.
Yeah, that's what it was, Harp. That's what it was. So Battlelog had the limit, but it was Origin that didn't have the limit.
So Origin blew it.
Yeah. Or no. Battlelog blew it. Origin was good. Origin had no limit, but Battlelog did.
Oh, okay. So it's like a reverse. Okay, so now the evolution of Battlelog, where did it? I know it was involved in BF Hardline as well. I think that was the last game that used it, right?
Yes,
that was the last one that used. So Battlelog, I pretty much in my perspective, I just wanted it to be back all that information in an in-game server browser. Why don't you think that didn't happen? Why was it so simplistic? Was it no tech, or what's going on here?
You mean why didn't they just take Battlelog and just put it in game?
Yeah, because apparently it was giving people too many issues in a browser.
I think it's just too much for a dev team to do. I mean, you're talking about, I mean, think about what Battlelog had. You had access to the forums, you had access to your stats, you had access to your platoons, you had in-game chat options, you had in-game voice chat options, you had your friends list that was there, you had updates that were constantly going to be coming in, not just from you, but you had updates from every single one of your friends that you had, as well as the people that they shared it with. So if they had a really cool game, they could share that Battlelog report. Battlelog reports, that's another thing that we don't have that was super amazing and awesome to have back in the day for competitive, because you could go, because one of the things that we did for a couple of cups for level BF is that we saved every battle report that we had for stats. So we had all the stats of the players, we had the score of the game, how long the game lasted, all that kind of stuff. We had those in a battle report, and we could go back to them at any time that we wanted to. We would just go search through their list and we could select them.
Right.
So, but you could share battle reports on there. You could, you know, you could have your friends. I mean, you had an active status that you could put on. You had a profile, all this kind of stuff. It was like basically a Facebook page in a way.
It was a Facebook thing. Yes, that's what a lot of people compared it to.
Exactly. So, but the thing is that I don't think you can have that in an in-game setting with the development team working on the game.
So you're telling me,
which is exactly what we had with Battlelog. We had Battlelog, which was made by a separate developer, and then you had the game.
Right. So why not? Let's get that Battlelog back, but you can still launch the game through an EXE. I mean,
I agree.
I mean, wouldn't that be like the logical step? I mean, that's what brought in a whole bunch of things. So what went wrong here? Why did they want to get away from this esports thing? Let's just get into this conversation of you know, where did it start going wrong here? What was like the tipping point, you know?
Where did it start going? Well, it started going wrong with DICE. That's where everything started going wrong. But first of all, let me correct you real quick. Anything that seems logical, and I don't mean this in too much of an insult, but if it seems logical, it's probably not going to be the case, because typically logic isn't what dictates things. It's money that dictates things. It's money and it's personal, personal, almost like pride in a way that dictates what happens at DICE, in my opinion. But basically, I mean, Battlelog was great in Battlefield 3. And also Battlelog and Battlefield 3 had another feature that a lot of people don't really remember, but there was actually a feature in Battlelog to where you could invite a platoon to a match with a set settings as well as set maps and launch it. Consoles used it a lot. PC didn't really use it a whole lot.
Right now, what you're saying right now will blow so many of these noobs that are in Battlefield 5's minds away. They were like, this is too much technology. I mean, I thought, you know, we can't even get double XP anymore. And you're talking about that? Like, that just literally blew many minds right there. Well, and it blows my mind to this day how we lost so much of it. So, yeah, continue as the downward progression of all of this technology you're talking about.
Well, I mean, I honestly can't tell you why they made the ultimate switch. I don't know. I just know what it was from using it. I would imagine that it's probably they ended up getting rid of it because they wanted to get out of having two development teams working on one aspect of the game. They were able to have DICE create a simple front end, which is what we got with Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5, and then they were able to focus totally on the game. And they were able to cut out a whole development team on something else, and they didn't have to worry about it working together or having any kind of wonky patches that you had to send out for it. It was just the game. That's my ultimate reason. I think
it seems to cut down teams. I think there's a lot of evidence behind that, even up till now, like right now. What they had to cancel the basically DICE Sweden is now one big team. It's no longer a Star Wars team and a Battlefield team. Does that give you any sense of hope as to God damn it. Okay.
I don't think
about with two studios? Like, are we talking like a Criterion and a full bloated DICE?
Well, no. I mean, you had a development team that worked on Battlelog.
Who the hell were those people
from DICE? I don't remember what they were called. I just know that they were the Battlelog dev team is what I remember. I had a very limited interaction with them. For the most part, I didn't really have to talk to them. I had other people that I knew that talked to them about things. I know that they had a contact at ESL when I was working with them in Battlefield 4. about some stuff, and that's another thing we can get into a little bit later. But
Okay.
but basically, like I didn't really have a whole lot of contact with them, but they were a separate development team. But I mean, uh,
But we're not.
like
I
I said,
mean,
I just think that they got rid of Battlelog to make it easier, both
easier.
financially and just to focus on being able to have one game, one aspect of the game to update and patch.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Man, I was thinking, I was kind of holding off hope that maybe the Star Wars team and the Dice, the Battlefield team can come together and start bringing back these, Battlelog features. But I am just such a hopeful guy, and I really want Battlefield to be, great again, pretty much. And I mean, all the little things you're talking about in BF3, they kind of work their way off of like the spectator mode and whatnot, but still, I mean, spectator mode BF5 sucks, and it's so laggy and odd looking. Like, doesn't seem like they made
Battlefield
any
5,
progression.
yeah, Battlefield 5 is for spectator mode is the perfect example of a direction that DICE wanted to go, but at some point a manager or a producer said, nope, we're cutting that. We're taking a different direction.
That's everything in
Because
Battlefield 5, dude.
yeah, but I mean,
It's
like
everything.
we'll get I'll get to it later when we get into Battlefield 5 for the
Yeah,
spectator stuff, because
sure.
because see, I like in Battlefield at the end of Battlefield 4 and Battlefield 1, I was heavy into the spectator side of things.
Gotcha.
But so anyways, do you want to go back into Battlefield 4 at the beginning?
Yeah, go back in Battlefield
Okay.
4, and
So,
Battlelog stuff. Yeah.
So at the end of Battlefield 3, we started going into Battlefield 4. I had pretty much left all the community stuff that I had been doing. I was on Nexus at the time. We did have right before we go on to it, I just got to mention this. We did have a Battlefield 3 LAN at Atlanta with the Atlanta LAN party in 2013. It was I was there with Nexus. I did cast that. It's somewhere on my channel. We did it in Battlefield 4. It highlights some inherent problems. One of which was a guy's power supply actually fried. It fried at the LAN, but they were on the attacking team. There was no timer for squad rush at the time. So basically it was based on tickets. So as soon as you lost all your tickets, then the match ended for the attackers, or they got the bombs, but there was no timer. So what they ended up doing was sitting all the way in the back to where the defenders could not. Yeah, there you go. This is the Atlanta Land Fest.
This is it, yeah.
this isn't the map, but this is one of them. So the defenders couldn't get to the attackers past a certain point. So what the attackers did is they stayed in their spawn for 45 minutes while this guy got another power supply hooked into his computer to get it back on to continue the match. It's the dumbest shit ever. Anyways, scroll forward back to Battlefield 4. So we get into Battlefield 4. Everybody's really excited about it. We had a couple of beta matches. We actually had access to some servers in beta. We got some custom servers in beta. We were able to do some 5v5. We were able to do, I think we did one 8v8 match. I can't remember 100%, but I think we did one 8v8 match. I know we did some domination matches it was on China Rising, and they sucked. Hated domination. Anyways, it was terrible. That was spawns were so broken back then too. Yes. So we were looking at it, and of course I'm like, oh man, we got it, guys, just give it a chance. It's in beta. I played the alpha as well. I was like, it'll get better. They'll fix things. It's the same old blah 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 crap that everybody says that wants Battlefield to be good. Yes. Well, Battlefield launches. We were working with Level BF. We had a scheduled 10v10 tournament that was going to be happening at the very end of November. It was right before Thanksgiving, I believe it was. And we had, I think, 33 teams signed up for it. Now, this is 33 10v10 teams. So we had over 300 people that were going to be playing in this launch cup. Mm-hmm. And servers wouldn't work that weekend. They wouldn't work Saturday.
The EA servers.
Yep, they wouldn't work. They didn't work Saturday.
Typical.
And they didn't work Sunday, and we had to cancel the whole entire event. We ended up holding it a little bit later, but by then it was after Thanksgiving. It was, I think, the second week in December. We had half the team show up that originally had signed up for it, and it was it was plagued with all kinds of problems. Battlefield 4 had a lot of issues server wise. I know a lot of people know it, but it was pretty rough. So that kind of sucked. Before Battlefield 4 officially launched, I was invited out to where was this? This was the launch event. So do you remember the US versus Europe launch event?
Yeah, was that
on
in,
Xbox?
like, that was like in a different country, right?
Yeah,
Or
it was in UK.
in London. Yeah.
Yep. So I
remember.
was invited by Dascro to be on the Team USA, and we canvassed. So what we were told back then is they said we want to get as many of the Battlefield community members as possible on this team to play in this thing. Well, Dascro was like, you know what? We're not losing to these Europeans. So we're gonna find the community members in Battlefield, but we're getting competitive players. And we did. Like, I think like 80% of the players that we invited were competitive players. We had Badger, we had Shibby, we had let me think, who else did we have on there on the team?
Dr. something here. Oh, here we go. There was like a list right here that just popped up for a second.
Okay.
Oh, give me the frame. There you go. Dynamic, LT, Death, Disaster. Do these ring a bell here?
Yep. No, Disaster didn't go.
Okay, this is like an old scrim. I don't know.
No, what's on screen right now? Yeah, this is this is
like
a match. Okay. Is Billa in this thing?
Billa.
Oh yeah, Billa was a fantastic pilot back in the day. He was fun to watch. But yeah, LDR Havoc Harp. Yeah, some old school stuff, dude. So basically, we tried to grab as many competitive players as possible. Some of those, Triple Wreck. You know who Triple Wreck is? He's a big streamer right now. He was invited out onto it.
I don't know. I don't remember.
But anyways, we had some really cool players that were there. Ravik was also there, and some other stuff. Anywho's, so we were like, we are going to win. We're not going to lose a launch event. If they're gonna make it US versus Europe, we're fucking winning this thing. Okay. Yeah, so exactly. You know, Team Freedom, bitch, you know, that type of stuff.
Exactly.
So
it was pretty hype. It was pretty hype. I remember a lot of the interviews, and even Badger had a little meme interviews there.
Oh, Badger was just there, just fucking off. He was awesome. He was funny as hell. So we even had, like, before meeting up, we had meetings in TeamSpeak, and we were going over like all of those videos that I made about the we got the map list early. So we knew what maps, because see, the second assault maps, they hadn't been announced yet. So we actually knew that we were going to be on second assault maps. We didn't know which one, but we knew they were going to be on the second assault map. So we looked over like all the places to go. We used some of my videos where I had call outs and stuff. And we went through and we did all this stuff with the guys. When we got over to London, we met with Team USA. And we actually have a picture somewhere. I don't know who has it, but somebody's got a picture of us. And there's 10 of us sitting around a table, and it's all the squad leaders that we had.
I think I've seen this video. And, yes.
And we've got a plate of ketchup and fries. And I drew out what we were supposed to do. God. And I'm setting like pieces of food up to where buildings and stuff are at, and like how to go and what to do. And it was great.
No iPads. We got French fries and ketchup, man. That's how you get the
right, man. Take out the French fry, go capture the ketchup.
The freedom fry, save the day.
Exactly. Wow. So we ended up going through there. We were taking it like super serious. The other side, Europe, they got like all of the popular people in Europe that were streamers and YouTubers at the time. So they had a couple of good players. Florian was there, I know. They had a few other players that were really, really good. But for the most part, it was all streaming. And the other thing is that not all of them spoke English, so they couldn't communicate between each other. Oops. So you had like a bunch of French guys, you had a bunch of Spanish guys, and some Russians, and like you had a whole bunch of different languages over there. And then you had Team USA, which all of us obviously spoke English. And so we were going in and we practiced for this thing. We practiced for like, I think it was 2 days. I think it was 2 days that we ended up practicing, and it was hell, dude. We had to stand up the entire time. They would not give us chairs. We had to stand up. And it was like 8-hour days that we did this. It was super hot in the studio. Oh, it sucked balls. It was so bad. So we were like, we're winning this shit. And for those 2 days that we were practicing, I decided that because it wasn't in the rules or outlawed or anything, that I was going to go into a MAV. And I was going to fly up in the air and I was going to do call outs for all the teams because they fucked up the communications. So we had set up our squads beforehand like they told us.
Yeah.
But the problem was that when they set up the comms were all in a row, like straight down. So everybody is like in a tiered setting. I think there was like 4 tiers. Well, they had the communications going out from the top of the tier down, and that was who you were able to talk to instead of across, which is the way we had our squad set up. So we couldn't talk to our squads and they wouldn't let us change our positions because they were set. Because you have to remember, more than anything at all, this was a promotional event. They didn't give 2 shits about us winning or losing or anything like that. It was a promotional event.
Exactly.
So, so we were like, well, shit, how are we going to do this? So I was like, I'm going to get on the MAV and I am going to yell out to everybody where to go. So if you actually go back and you watch that video, you're going to hear a dude screaming. That's me. I am screaming my fucking head off. I'm like, push left, triple wreck. Don't go in the tank. Don't go over there. There's got 6 over on Bravo. I mean, I'm just yelling and screaming out all this stuff, telling all the squads where they're supposed to go and what they're supposed to do. And like, it's
I'm sure they appreciate
too.
that. They appreciate that,
Oh,
right?
Dude, the people who were putting the show on, the people who were putting the show on were like, they kept giving me these weird looks like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Why is he yelling? It was hilarious. And like the guy who was announcing, like one of the UK guys that was doing the announcing and stuff there, he was like staring at me for a good 5 minutes, like, you're a fucking weirdo. Like, what are you doing? It was great. It was great. But and the other thing too was like, they were like, hey, when you guys win, like when you get hyped, like get excited. And of course, I mean, we're fucking Americans, right? We know how to get excited. And so like when anything would happen, like if you go and you watch that Defuse match, dude, 15 of us on the other side screaming our freaking heads off. We were banging on the desk. We were actually told, one of the guys up above me had him go over there and tell him to stop banging on the desk because they were afraid he was going to break the monitor. But I mean, we were just like cutting up and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. It was fantastic. And so we ended up winning that. I think we won it 3-0. Super easy peasy. Kicked their asses like it was nobody's business. And yeah, there you go. And now the problem with I think if that's like a promotion, they cut up a lot of it. But Benson and Golden Boy were both casting that day. So that was really cool. I've got to work with him a couple of times. But yeah, there you go. Benson, who cast Call of Duty. He does. He did a lot of the MLG stuff, but since MLG is no more, he's now just doing COD. And then, of course, Golden Boy, he's a host. He does all kinds of games. I mean, Overwatch. I think he's doing Valorant next week or something like that.
Yeah.
So he does all kinds of stuff. So it was really, really cool. And they had their first hands-on with the spectator mode, but which was still janky back then. So anyways, it was a great time. Got to network with a lot of really cool people, talked to some developers, a really interesting conversation. And this was where, so at the end of Battlefield 3, I was full of hope, excitement. That guy, the guy on the right that was just on there, next to, I think, Jess. Yeah, he looked at me for like 5 minutes on a practice day and was like, what are you doing? It was great. So anyways, we had a conversation with one of the devs, and this was after Battlefield 3. I was full of hope. I was excited. It was like possibilities are endless. There's no way this thing can get worse. Like, it's going to get better. We're going to go up and up and up and up. And Battlefield 4 did get better. Like, it was better than Battlefield 3 in a lot of ways.
It's one of a lot of people's favorite game, for sure.
And I was so excited. I was ready. But I had a conversation. It was Ravik, myself, and Florian, which is Drunksy, if you guys don't know. And one other guy, I can't remember who it was, but there was 4 of us who were in the competitive community as well as in the YouTube and Twitch stuff. And so we talked to Dennis Firewall. I can't remember his last name, but he was the lead map designer for Battlefield 4, and he moved on to Battlefront shortly after that.
Yeah.
We had a conversation with him and Zhinto. And the game had launched for 2 days, I think, by this time that we talked. And we were chatting it up, and we were like, yeah, so, we noticed that there's some rough stops in the launch. Are you guys going to be patching this? Have you guys thought about doing this for competitive, that for competitive? And they're like, well, we're really excited to see what you guys are going to be coming out with when it comes to Defuse. And we were like, well, Defuse is broken right now. And at that moment, they both like stopped, looked at each other, and went. They were like, and they looked at us and they go, "What do you mean broken?" And we were like, "Yeah, it's broken. Like you can't even play it. Like you have rounds where the bomb doesn't ever defuse and it just goes off before you even spawn in the next round. There's times when the bomb disappears and you can't do anything, or there's times when walls just disappear for no reason. It's just broken." And they were like, "Oh crap, we got to call so-and-so tomorrow." And it was just like that moment. I was like, oh shit. They don't even know that their own game is broken.
Dude, and then, that's like now too. It's crazy.
And then a little while later, I was talking to Firewall, and I have nothing against the guy. Okay. I really don't. You can definitely tell that he is 100% there for the more casual community side of things. Okay. He's a real cool guy. I enjoyed my conversations with him, and we had a lot all the way up through Battlefront 1.
I can tell he's a spokesperson. I can tell. I mean, he's always the main head of Star Wars Battlefront 2. And
yeah.
He's the guy to talk to. He's the guy.
But we talked to him, and we were like, look, we've played some of these small conquest variants. Now, if you remember, small conquest in Battlefield 3. It legitimately, on some of the maps, shrunk them down. On some of the maps, like Grand Bazaar, it just took out flags because the map was already so small.
Yeah, exactly.
But in Battlefield 3, it actually shrunk some of the maps down. In Battlefield 2 and 2142, if you remember correctly, it actually did the same thing. It shrunk it down as well as shrunk the player space down, as well as took out some of the flags. It actually made it small conquest. Well, in Battlefield 4, it didn't do that. Large conquest was the exact same as small conquest. Some of the maps had flags taken out, but the player space was the exact same. So you had these massive maps like Goldman Railway. Oh God.
Yes.
So trash for competitive. We had to ban certain flags to not go to so that it would condense the map down. Well, we told them, we were like, hey, maybe in like small conquest, if you could like add in some boxes here, or maybe some crates there, and kind of shrink it down here, maybe take this flag off of it. And he was like, nope. We were like, not even considering. He's like, nope, we are not going to do anything to change these maps if it doesn't work for 64 players. He says, if it's conquest, if it doesn't work for 64 players, if it doesn't fit that, then we're not going to be changing anything. We're like, not even for small conquest, which is limited at 32. Nope. We're like, okay. That was the second flag.
Yeah, that was the second flag. Okay.
I was like, oh shit. Well, that sucks, because obviously all of this talk that we had about competitive, we're not getting any support, because what they considered competitive was going to be Defuse. Remember, it was going to be Defuse.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, anywho's, we had the event. It went down. It was great. We all went home. Got to.
I know.
Yeah, Harp. Brett's not even Brett. My actual name is Aaron. So in no way my legal name is Brett.
Yeah, your YouTube kind of gave that away. I got that. And to answer Harp's question, yes, I played Battlefield 2 as my main game, my first main Battlefield game. So yes, I played through all this. I know everything he's talking about right now.
Yeah. So so basically,
BrettFX, yes.
We had this like really weird spot that we were in after the event. We were like, okay, well, we're excited about it. The game's pretty busted, but we can still kind of do some more stuff that we hadn't been able to do before. Spectator was buggy. You had an issue with Spectator to where when you switched player views, you had a black screen that came up, like what you just saw there on the screen that just happened.
Yes.
Yeah, that eventually got fixed. And that bug is in every Battlefield Spectator that has come out since. It's been in Hardline, it's been in Battlefield 1, and it's been in Battlefield 5. And every single year, I talk to the developers, they say the same thing. We cannot change it. We cannot fix it. It has to be there. And every single year, they end up changing it and they end up fixing it later on down the road. I have no idea why it's like that. It's just one of the things. So we start looking at leagues. We start looking at ladders, how we're going to do this. Level BF is kicking up. We're going to be doing 32s. We did 5s. We did 8s. Or 10v10s. We're looking at changing it from 8s to 10s. That pissed off a lot of the old school players from Battlefield 3 because they wanted to do 8v8s. The European side hated doing 10s. But the South American and the Americans thought, you know what? These maps are huge. We want to allow air vehicles, so we want to have more players on the map. And we were like, okay, I can understand where 12v12 is too much. And I can understand where 8v8 seems like it's too little. So let's just split the difference and we'll go with 10. Also, squads were back to 5s. So we were like, 2 squads, got 5, you know?
Yeah.
So we did 10v10s, and the main mode for 5v5s turned out to be domination instead of defuse, because obviously defuse was broken. Domination wasn't much better, but it was still not as broken as defuse. So we start throughout the year. I started casting some of the Go For cuts for ESL. We had a huge turnout. For some testing cups. I mean, we had several hundred 5v5 teams showing up for the test cups in Battlefield 3. That got whittled down quite a bit. In December, we actually had Dreamhack come in. And I know some of you guys in chat did watch Dreamhack back in the day. And to say that it was a disaster is greatly underappreciating the magnitude of how bad it was. There were 100 Pio, the ESL admin for Battlefield 4, or for most of Battlefield 4 after Crazy Baz left. He counted, there were 107 crashes from players in the server during that tournament. One of which happened, and if you guys watched it very famously in the finals, it was AAA versus Fnatic, and AAA actually had the game pretty much locked down on Land King Dam. They were going to be able to come out with the win. Everybody was like, Fnatic's the favorite. Fnatic's going to kick everybody's ass. AAA came out of nowhere. Nobody thought AAA was going to do anything. Drunks was also on that team. And nobody thought they were going to do anything. They come in, they're just slapping teams around. It's awesome. They get into the finals. Guy drops. Boom. And then all of a sudden, Fnatic starts coming back in Land King Dam. They end up winning the map. That's it. So the finals ends up flipping and getting a win on a crash. It was quite
I don't think
horrible.
there's a video. There's no video on it, I don't think.
Yeah, it'll be up. If you type in Dreamhack 2013 Battlefield 4, you should get some videos for it. It was actually Golden Boy and Benson, once again, were casting that. And, oh my God, they will tell you some not so friendly comments on that one.
Eyeballers, there's a few of them on here. Dreamhack 2013 semifinals.
Yeah, right there. Fnatic versus Team AAA. It's not that map, but that's the match. It's not that map, but it's the match.
There's our boy.
And oh my God, it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing because we had the comments coming in from Zhinto about how this is not only going to be a big esport, but it's going to be the biggest esport. It was a moment where first-person shooters were now on the rise as popular esports. You had CS:GO that was starting to take off. It was still pretty small. I mean, still only a few thousand people were on Twitch for it, but it was starting to take off, starting to get some steam. Battlefield was still relevant back in those days. We were still like up in the top 4 to 8 games that were being on Twitch, which was amazing back then. Now we're like in the lower 100.
Lower 1,000, bro.
So
I'm a struggling streamer here, man.
Yeah, so it wasn't too good. But so there was a lot of hope and a lot of eyes were on Battlefield 4, not just players but also organizers as well as sponsors were on Battlefield 4, whether they were going to do anything or not with it. And this was a very bad, very bad showing. And it ended up crippling a lot of future potential for the game once it was fixed. So,
Okay.
so after Dreamhack, that's actually when I took my break because it was terrible. We were casting matches and people would just be dropping out left and right. You couldn't even really take the matches seriously because half the time they were played with 4 and 3 man teams. It was ridiculous. So, um, so after DreamHack happened, I went back to basically I left hosting tournaments for Level BF and I started focusing 100% on casting.
Okay. Okay.
That's all I was doing.
What was the first endeavor on that? Which, well, it was BF3, right?
For what?
What was the first, like you said, now you're doing it 100%. Now what's the first project you ended up working on, or the first match, pretty much?
For Battlefield 4?
Yeah, or when, yeah.
Well, I mean, I just started casting anything and everything.
Okay.
At that time, there were a lot of leagues, a lot of different leagues that were up. We had let's see.
Like one of the first
ESL,
ESL,
yeah, you had ESL, you had CEVO, you had CGL, you had TWL, you had
X Game Pro.
Yep, that was the South American League. You had WEL. You had there was a couple of South American leagues that I don't remember their name anymore that I ended up casting. But there was like a dozen or so leagues that were out at that time that I was casting for, as well as doing scrims, and I was doing community stuff as well. So 32s versus 32s, and some 12v12 stuff. So I was casting anything and everything that I could get my hands on, and I pretty much after I think January in 2014, I pretty much was settling on 10v10s and 5v5s is what I was casting the most. I was casting probably 5 nights a week. I think it was Sundays. It was like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, usually Sunday, Monday, skip Tuesday, and then it was Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday that I was typically casting on.
That's a lot of work. What kept you going on this? Like just
pure passion.
Pure passion. Okay.
I back then I 100% believed, I 100% believed that Battlefield 4 could be a major esports contender. 100% believed it. Pure passion behind it. I was going to make it happen come hell or high water. I was going to cast as much as I could. I was going to do it as professionally as I possibly could, and I was going to try and get as many eyes on it as I possibly could.
What was your first big gig, pretty much?
Like paying wise?
I guess,
or just like big opportunity.
Big as an opportunity is good enough. Yeah.
It's like I would say big opportunity wise, probably going to be I would say probably casting all of the CEVO stuff, because at the time Go fours were just kind of like a it's just kind of over there on the side. Like, I mean, people kind of cared about them, but they didn't really care about them. It was just like another thing to play on Sundays. So basically what it was is a Go 4 Cup. Back in the day, ESL had a sponsorship with a bunch of different companies. I think this particular one was like AMD. They got $100 every weekend to do a Go 4 Cup. The winner walked away with $100. At the end of, I think, 4 cups, I think it was 1 month, so 4 cups, they did a playoffs, and that was for $500. So that was just kind of to keep the competition fresh, right? And then you have, of course, the ESL 1 and all those other cups that we're going to be starting up, which I will get into. But probably, like, I guess first, like, major one that I was just very consistent on, and you could say like had some high level competition, was probably like CEVO. And then as far as like money wise, it was definitely going to be ESL 1, but that was much further on into the game's life cycle.
Okay.
Yeah, I streamed and cast a lot of them there, and we were getting fantastic numbers. I know some of the guys there in chat will remember some of the matches that I had. I was getting upwards of around 3, sometimes to 4,000 people watching a match. It was amazing. Average, even on nobody matches that nobody cared about, I was getting typically around 500 to 700 viewers. So we were knocking the viewership out of the park. We were topping some of the viewer charts. It was amazing, and we were just doing really, really well. This was actually this was right when like sub buttons and stuff like that started to become a thing. Partnership back in Twitch was still very, very hard to get. It was like, you got partnered? Whoa, like that was a thing. That was a big deal if you got partnered back then. And it was like the magical thing. One day, for whatever reason, and I don't remember who it was like, dude, why don't you apply for a partnership? Just send them an email, apply for the partnership. Like you can hit everything that's there. And I was just kind of like, I don't know if I will. I've heard a lot of negative stuff about it. People waiting for months and not hearing anything back. I literally sent them the email. The very next day, I got an email back saying, congratulations, you are now a part of our partnership program. And I was like,
all right, cool.
What? It was that easy. Why the fuck didn't I do it months ago? So anyways, started doing some streaming then. And that's when I actually started making money.
Oh, sweet.
Before this,
nice.
I had never made a dime in Battlefield. I had actually put up, I think at that time, I put in like $3,000 of my own money into prize pools over various tournaments. But I had never made any money from Battlefield casting or anything. But put in for my partnership, and boom, I could all of a sudden run ads. And I was like, dude, this is awesome. I didn't make a lot of money. I think the most that I ever made back then was like, I think the biggest month I had was like $300 or something like that. It basically paid for like my electric and my internet and stuff like that. So it was really nice to have it, but it wasn't anything groundbreaking. I couldn't make a living off of it. So anyways, doing really, really well on the streaming front. And then fast forward probably to 2014 was just me casting everything, anything and everything. I did not get an opportunity. So this is in 2014. I did not get an opportunity to cast in the EMS 1 series, which only lasted for 1 season. It was then, the name was then changed to ESL 1, not EMS 1. And that one, I didn't get an opportunity to cast the actual LAN that was going on. It was a 30,000 euro LAN, I believe, or season. We had 7 season total. I was only allowed to cast the group stages, and I could only cast the group stages that ESL was not casting. So ESL at the time, they were casting all of the qualification cups and everything that was going on. I was at work at that time, so I couldn't do it. But when the group stages came, I actually took off of work so that I could cast the matches that ESL 1 or the ESL studio wasn't casting in order to get some content on my channel. So that was really fun to do. I was able to stay kind of with the top of the top in terms of competitive players to be able to cast them and be involved with them and all that kind of stuff. And I did that all throughout 2014. I did that for 4 seasons straight.
Jeez.
Just casting the group stages. I watched all of the matches. I did a lot of, I think I did like 4 or 5 videos where, we did predictions on who we thought were going to be winning in the finals, who we thought were going to be able to have the best chances to take down Fnatic, because Fnatic won every single season except for the last 2.
That's why I remember hearing about it.
Was it the last one?
No.
I take that back. They lost the first season to Meet Your Makers. That's right. They lost season 1 to Meet Your Makers, and then they won every season except for the last one. That's right, because they have 5 seasons underneath their belt. That's what it was. I don't even think they showed up for the last one. I don't think they qualified for the last season. So we had. So I did that for 2014, casting anything and everything that I could. Had a blast doing it. It was so much fun. Like I said, I had so much passion for it. I enjoyed it every day. I was in tune with the community. And that's what I miss the most, I think, right now with Battlefield, is that, like, and this is going to sound really cocky.
Okay.
But, like, back then, I was, like, the Battlefield guy. Like, if you wanted to have your match cast, you talked to me. Like you were like, Brett, we want our match cast. You know, if you wanted to know something about competitive teams,
yeah,
you talk to me. Like I got messages all the time asking me about this stuff, and it was just, and I could answer them. I had those answers because I was so in tune with the community. I mean, I ate, slept, and breathed Battlefield 4 back in the day. It was crazy. And it was just, I missed that sense of community back then. I miss being able to jump into a server and having half the server recognize me and I don't even know who they are. You know, hey, it's Brett. What's up, man? Oh, I saw that match the other day. That was awesome. You know, yada, 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 yada. It was really, really, really cool, really fun. And I just don't have that anymore. It kind of sucks.
So before we get to that, like, let's talk about when it started to, let's say the failure of esports with Battlefield 4. Like, Hardline came out after Battlefield 4, right? So what was it like then? Did it still, like, were you still like hoping for things to get better, or those red flags that you told me about, those kept continuing, or
well, we had some hope for Hardline. Now, this is purely on the PC side of things. Now, the competitive scene for Hardline actually had some really good roots in console.
Okay.
They had a fairly big scene. It was just unfortunate that it didn't have the support behind the console that the PC did when it came to sponsored events. Actually, Codename Deuce, who is in here right now, ESB was pretty much the spearhead of any competitive that happened on Hardline on PS4 as well as Xbox. But unfortunately, it just didn't have the support from sponsors. It didn't have the support from organizers that it needed to make that jump.
I see.
So what happened was, and you also have to remember too, the competitive scene for Battlefield 4 never stopped when Hardline came out. When Hardline came out, there were still seasons planned for ESL 1 in Battlefield 4. So the teams had to make a decision. Well, do I stop playing Battlefield 4 where I know there's money, or do I try and play in Hardline where right now there isn't any money? So you ended up with basically no participation on the PC side in Hardline. Now, console is totally different because obviously they didn't have that series that was going for them.
So now that magic that you had in Battlefield 4, you're shoutcasting literally everything. Hardline comes around. You still do the same thing, or you feel like you lost that magic?
Oh no,
what's going on through your head?
My passion does not wane for Battlefield until probably 2 months into Battlefield 1.
Okay.
Yeah. So Battlefield Hardline comes out. I cast a bunch of 5v5 stuff. We do some of the rescue events. Rescue is good. I actually was flown out to an event before Battlefield Hardline launched. Talked to some of the developers there. I had an opportunity to go to Gamescom that year, I believe. Was it Gamescom or
for Hardline?
E3?
I don't remember.
No, I think it was E3. I think I went to E3. Yeah, I was invited out to E3. I talked to Dirty Dog, who was the lead guy on Hardline. I talked to their competitive guy. I talked to their level designer, and I got to talk to their spectator guy as well. So I got to talk to a lot of the developers from Hardline. It was really, really awesome. Probably some of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Just they didn't have the information early on enough in development to make the difference that they needed to, I think, in Hardline. Dirty Dog will actually tell you that he made the mode Hotwire was a huge disaster and a mistake that they overlooked, and that pretty much single-handedly broke servers for PC because basically people were doing 24-hour Hotwire servers, banning anybody and everybody who wasn't just basically trying to get as many points as possible by driving in circles. So, yeah, it was bad. So anyways, on the esports side of things, Rescue had potential, but there was problems. You had an issue with the fact that the rounds didn't alternate. So you could have one team that would basically just rack up all of these wins. And then the other team on the other side, when it flipped, they lose 2 rounds and then they lost the entire game. And there was no reason to play anything else. So you had like these really weird, and
DICE knew about the, I'm guessing DICE knew about this and want to fix it, or are we seeing more?
No, this wasn't DICE. This was Visceral.
I'm sorry, Visceral. You're right.
Yeah.
Correcting me.
Yeah. So this was Visceral. At the time, Visceral, I think, was they were in a position to where I think they knew that they were going to get shut down.
Ah, I see.
At a certain point, when after Hardline came out, because Hardline had such a negative release, because Dice LA, I think, was about to or had just taken over Battlefield 4. So they had not yet really fixed the core problems with BF4. But Hardline was just, if Hardline did not come out with the Battlefield tag, Hardline would have been a successful game. But because Hardline came out with Battlefield in the name, it was ruined. And I remember talking to Thad Sasser, who's Dirty Dog, and he was basically saying, he was like, yeah, we had to make a lot of concessions. We had to expand our maps. We had to add in vehicles that we didn't want to add. We had to change around game modes that we didn't want to do. This was supposed to be an infantry, cops versus robbers, light vehicles, fast movers, transport helicopters. There wasn't supposed to be helicopters that were able to just, gun choppers. There wasn't supposed to be tanks or heavy armor. There wasn't supposed to be any of that kind of stuff. And it was supposed to be maps. If you remember, the maps that they gave us in beta was the bank job, the bank heist, or whatever it was called. Mm-hmm. That's what the majority of the game was supposed to be like, these small sized maps.
Wow. And just kind of it's very similar to what you're talking about, like with Rainbow Six Siege was supposed to be that, right? It's not the regular Rainbow Six type of game. This is a team-based driven game. Is that like a fair example or comparison?
Like no, because it was. So I mean, Hardline. What
would be like a better
example? Imagine Hardline. Compare it to, I think the best comparison would be like Bad Company 2. Okay.
Without the helicopters and tanks. Yeah, because it was going to be a Battlefield offshoot kind of thing.
It was an infantry focused game that was supposed to be close quarters combat focused.
Right.
But because it had the Battlefield name, they were like, well, you have to have Battlefield like stuff.
Yeah.
So that's where they had
vehicles and everything. Yeah.
But if they didn't force that on them, I think Hardline would have been really successful. Really successful. Because it had Hardline fixed a lot of issues that Battlefield 4 had with the game. And so a lot of those fixes actually got moved over into Battlefield 4 when Dice LA took over. They incorporated a lot of the visceral fixes that were there.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rescue wasn't really that great of a mode. It had potential. Again, they had another Dreamhack event. It didn't really go all that well. It had some cool moments, but for the most part, it was fairly anticlimactic. Excuse me. They had a couple of tournaments for domination, or their conquest, which was okay. Didn't really get much ground off of it. So everybody pretty much went back to, on the PC side of things, went back to Battlefield 4.
Okay.
Battlefield 4 came around. I think it was season number 5, so 2015. I was back, still casting, still my warpath. I'm doing as much as I can. We just finished up Battlefield Professional League, which incorporated some pretty big prize pools, some speakers, surround sound stuff, all kinds of really cool stuff that were given away for prizes. Cast that league, and then in the month of April, so end of March and into April, I started casting the North American ESL 1 Cup. They finally opened it up for a North American team. ESL 1 previously had only been really for the Europeans.
Mm-hmm.
So the first time that the North and South Americans were going to get an opportunity to play with, I guess, the big dogs at the end of the day for the offline LAN. Super excited about it. They got in contact with me. They were like, hey, Brett, we know that you do a lot of casting for our Go 4 stuff. We see that you've done a lot of casting for all this. I knew Pyle pretty well by then. He put in a good word for me with some of the guys, and they were like, "Hey, we want you to start casting these cups here for the North America, and use our channel, and we'll contract you out and we'll pay you." So I ended up
Nice.
getting paid. It was pretty awesome. It was the first time that I had been paid some serious money for casting. I don't remember the exact numbers for all the seasons and stuff that I did, but I ended up making
Oh,
about
man.
$15,000 that year in 2015 from casting.
Oh, how about that?
Um,
Nice.
yeah, so it was pretty good money back in the day, especially since it was just a side gig that I was doing. So pretty
Yeah.
cool stuff. Uh, so I cast all of season 1, and I had, at this point in time, I didn't really expect to do anything past the qualification cups for the offline LAN that was going, which it was a South American team, by the way, that ended up going. It was Dexterity, who was, were they Dexterity by then? They were NYXE or Dexterity by that time. I can't remember which one, but
Right.
they were a fantastic team, amazing team. And there is a distinct difference between the way the Europeans play Battlefield 5v5 back then and the way that the South Americans play Battlefield 5v5. A
Hmm.
very distinct difference. And the Europeans didn't understand that. And it was really funny because there's a lot of conversations that I had with the European guys. They would come in, they would tune in to my streams, and they would watch the South Americans play against each other. And the South Americans are very frantic. North Americans are not as frantic play, but they had to adjust. So they kind of were forced to play this style. But the South Americans were extremely fast paced. They were aggressive in your face. I mean, they just go, 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 go. They would zerg every single flag that they could possibly do. I mean, it was insane how fast they played.
Okay.
And the crazy thing is like, if you died in a room, so let's just say I died in the room and I was on a South America team, they would have a guy that would come in and he would jump shoot. They called it the Zozo jump. He would Zozo jump into the room, start shooting at the other guy. The second guy would come in with his med packs already charged. As soon as that first guy died, he revived him, got him back up. By the time you're trying to switch over to get the other guy who just got revived as the guy that you killed, he was already getting shot. It was insane how fast these guys played. And it was so choreographed and crazy. They played the entire season. It was fantastic. South Americans got to go. I got the call from oh no, I feel so bad because I forgot his name. He was an OG Battlefield 2 caster who then went to work for ESL. He was a CSGO caster for the longest time. Oh my God, I feel so bad now. The name will come to me at some point. Anyways, he contacted me on Skype and he goes, "Hey, would you be interested in casting the finals?" And this was early in the morning for me. I mean, I think this was like 7 o'clock. I was just getting up and getting ready for work. And I looked at it and I went, "Yeah, sure. Are you wanting me to do it on my own channel?" Because I was thinking I was going to do it from home.
Yeah.
And he goes, "No, no, no. I mean, would you be interested in coming to Germany, to Cologne, to
Oh,
cast?"
wow.
And I just sat there and I remember just going like,
Oh.
refresh. Did I read that right? Did he just say go to Cologne? Holy shit!
We're talking about real business here, man.
I like typed back. I was like, "Hell yes, I want to go," and that was my exact wording was "hell yes." So they set me up, got everything going down. Went over to Germany, and it was a crazy, crazy time. Like this is a little bit off, I guess, subject in a way, but kind of not. So I get down to the airport. I live in Arkansas, so I had to go from Little Rock, Arkansas, to Houston, Texas, to Atlanta, Georgia. Then I had to go to Frankfurt, Germany, and then to Cologne. Okay, so it was like a back and forth, then go over there. It was crazy.
And it went smooth. Not a hitch. Not a hitch at all. Wow, lucky.
No, this is why I will never complain about traveling, because I've already gotten the worst travel experience out of the way for my life, other than maybe me dying. So, which I won't be able to complain about that later. So, anywho's, so I look at the weather. The weather says there's a storm that's going to be coming off of the East Coast, but I'm looking at it and I should be able to get there before the storm. I should be able to take off before the storm. So I'm like, should be okay. Nothing really to worry about. Well, I was wrong. So the storm came early and they had a backflow of planes. So my plane that was supposed to land in Houston had to land in Austin. We flew for an hour in a circle over Austin until they got room on their tarmac for us to land. Finally landed there. Then I got into
Nice.
Austin. I had to wait 3 hours. So I've already missed all of my connections. So everything is pretty much just bored. So then I fly from Austin to Atlanta. I get into Atlanta, and I am not joking you, 1,000 people in the terminal trying to get reconnect on their flights somewhere else out of Atlanta. So I stand in line for I think 3.5 hours, get up to the person, go through the whole process. They finally get my flight in order. I look down at my flight and I'm like, I got to get some sleep. Nope, can't get some sleep because my flight leaves in an hour. So I
Damn,
get over
dude.
to where I'm supposed to go, get onto the plane. I'm exhausted at this time, haven't slept for almost 24 hours at this point. Get onto the plane, get in there. Well, I can't sleep on the plane. I'm so just
Yeah.
nervous and messed up. I can't sleep. So we fly all the way over to Frankfurt. We get into Frankfurt. Well, it turns out that Frankfurt is also experiencing some problems.
Great.
So
Not a
I
hitch.
get
Perfect.
redirected from Frankfurt to Munich. So I go to Munich,
wow.
Germany. Then, because I was supposed to take a train from Frankfurt down to Cologne. So then I go to
Yeah.
Munich. Well, instead of a train, they put me back on a plane. So then I fly from Munich to Cologne. Get into Cologne. I get into Cologne 3 hours before the tournament starts.
Oh, damn.
I was supposed to be there 24 hours earlier in order to get situated as well as rehearsal. So I haven't even been in rehearsal.
They're like,
I
Brett,
take
you
a
made
cab.
it. And
I
he
take a
was like,
cab directly from the airport, go straight to the studio. Don't even go to my hotel. Get into the studio. They have a shower at the studio. I shower real quick, get dressed, go down, go in, get something to eat real quick, and I just knock back 2 Red Bulls right away. Boom, boom. And they're asking, "Are you gonna be okay? Can you cast? Can you make this? Like, do you need to sleep? We can like, let some other guys cast for a little while, and you can come back in." I'm like, "No, man, I'm good. I'm good. I'm getting the adrenaline pumping through me. I'm like,
Let's
I'm ready.
go.
I'm ready for this because I know these teams.
Yeah.
I know what's gonna happen, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna crush it. Like, I have absolutely no fear whatsoever that I'm just gonna crush this show right out of the park." So we get in there. I get in. We get everything ready to go. They have the girls come in and they put the little makeup on my face, which was the first time I ever wore makeup, and I was like, "This is freaking weird. What the hell's going on here?" So, anyways, get the makeup done. Get everything ready for audio check, all that kind of good stuff. No rehearsal. Going live in 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, let's do this.
Right.
We go live, and dude, it was like everything during the day just went away, and I was in the zone. I cast the entire day. Everything went well. It was amazing. I was like, we had a conversation with some of the casters on air, and we were like, "Well, who do you think's going to win?" and everything. I'm like, South Americans are at least going to be making it to the finals. And they laughed at me. It was hilarious. They were like, "No." I was like, "Yeah, South Americans, they're making it to the finals.
Wow.
At the worst, semifinals, but they're making it to the finals." No, 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 no. The South Americans had been there for a week previously, and they had been scrimming some of the European teams. And the European teams were like, "There's something up with those South Americans. Something is strange, like weird. Like, I don't understand what's going on with their gameplay." I'm not going to say who, but there was an
Okay.
accusation of one of them cheating, South Americans cheating from a European team.
Oh
But I'm not going
boy.
to say who it was,
Oh boy.
which was hilarious. I was like, dude, seriously, we're out of land. Come on, man. But
Yeah, exactly. They're
they
injecting.
completely threw him for a loop. They destroyed the competition. The South Americans completely destroyed the Europeans. They destroyed the Australians. It wasn't even close up until they got into Fnatic. And Fnatic did eventually beat them, but Fnatic was smart. They practiced against the South Americans for the majority of the time. So they
Oh.
actually knew how the South Americans played better than any of the other European teams. And at the end of that, I had the European players going up to us going like, "Dude, those South Americans are fucking crazy." I was like, "Yeah, I told you guys. I fucking told you guys." So
Damn.
great event overall. After a couple of days, everything went smooth. I went home. Everything was fine. Um,
And
and
you shoutcasted for the South Americans like before in the past, right?
Oh yeah, like the entire year before, I had done WEL, I had done X Pro, I had done like 4 or 5 different
Who are the like the
organizations.
who are like the main players that you think stood out during that time? They're like, okay, things are about to change. Like, because there's probably had to been some MVPs coming
Oh,
on in
dude,
there.
you had the almost the entire Dexterity squad
Yeah,
that went to the finals of every season. They went on to become professionals, and now some of them are coaches in Rainbow Six Siege.
there you go.
Yeah,
Wow,
we had some of the best competitive players in gaming, period, at that time. See, that's why it pisses me off
that's
when people
amazing.
say that Battlefield is never a good esports. Bullshit. Battlefield had some of the best just gamers, not even like just in their own esport, but gamers, period, in
Yeah.
BF4
Well,
esports.
they don't see what you see. And
Right.
esports wasn't that big of a thing for a lot of the general audience. People look down on esports as not even being a real sport, and all that, all those connotations, all the negativity. They were just focused on pub stomping and just the game, how it is
Well,
now,
so
just general
so at the
playing.
time, so 2015 rolls around. CS:GO is on a meteoric rise. They
Yeah.
they are they are
Oh
knocking
yeah.
it out of the park. In fact, 2015 is when they had the famous ESL one. Was it Katowice going down? That was
Uh-huh.
that was the first year that happened, and that's like the staple for Counter Strike. That's like the tournament. That was when they exploded, and everybody was comparing Battlefield esports to Counter Strike.
Wow.
Everybody. It was so frustrating when that happened because we could not catch a break. Well, we can't count you seriously because CS:GO does this. Why don't you play CS:GO? And why aren't you doing this? And why aren't you doing that? And it was like because we like Battlefield. This is what we want. And which that okay, so that's another point too. So this is another point in my life to where my passion for the game screwed me. So I had an
Okay.
opportunity. I had an opportunity to be a mainline caster for Sivo CS:GO,
Okay.
uh, and that was when Sivo partnered with MLG,
Oh
and they
wow.
did the North American Counter Strike League. So I had an opportunity to actually be a main CS:GO caster for them. I turned them down because I got the contract with ESL One for Battlefield 4. But I actually could have been a caster in Counter Strike at one point for MLG. So,
That's some
yeah.
Battlefield passion right there. Damn.
Oh man, I shot myself a lot, and I have a lot of holes in my feet from shooting myself so many times over the years. Trust me, it gets worse. Um,
All
so
right.
I had an
Well.
opportunity to cast. Had an opportunity to cast Counter Strike. That didn't go well.
Hmm.
Stayed with Battlefield 4. Continued doing that. Went to a couple of events that year. I think I went to. Did I go to PAX that year? Let's see, 2015. I went to EA Play. I did go, or not EA Play, E3, and then I went to. Obviously, I went to Cologne the 3 times or the 2 times. I went to Gamescom. That's what it was. I went to Gamescom
Ah, yes.
to cast the 6th season finale, uh, 6th season finale of ESL One, and that was really cool. Gamescom was awesome. I had an opportunity to go to Gamescom twice now, and that was really special. Amazing, huge. I mean,
Yes.
E3 is pretty impressive, but E3 doesn't have a lot of tournaments, any tournaments actually.
I
So
see
it's
what you
all
mean.
it's all like games and new stuff that's coming out, which is kind of cool. But Gamescom had tournaments everywhere. It was so cool.
Wow.
You got to watch the CS:GO tournaments. You got to watch the Battlefield tournaments. You got to watch. I think what else was going on? League of Legends, maybe, or was it Dota? There was a MOBA of some kind that was going on. I do remember that. I
And
wasn't
they
big into MOBAs
canceled
back
and
then.
they canceled this
Um,
year for Gamescom. Man, that must have been so sad
yeah. Oh,
for
they
so
canceled
many people.
everything.
Yeah, they did. They had to. That sucks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to go to Gamescom one of these years.
Oh,
So
dude.
there's so
I
much
will
hype
say
around it, man.
they're if you are an avid gamer, I think it's worth going to Gamescom, and
Yeah,
it's absolutely worth checking out PAX, going to one of the PAX
one of the packs. Yeah,
events. Yeah.
I almost went to
E3.
one last year, but I'm like, I was fresh from TwitchCon at that time and had no money to go down there back to go do PAX West.
Yeah.
But
Oh, it's expensive, man. It is expensive.
yeah.
Yeah, E3 totally underwhelming. Do not recommend that at all. Not even 5 years ago. It was just blah. It was shit.
Especially when it comes to like, you know, Twitch streamers and whatnot, they always got in trouble over there at E3. A bunch of controversies going on there. But yeah, what else ended up I wanted to touch upon, since we're at the 2-hour mark, I wanted to touch upon the aftermath of BF4, and then we're going into BF1, those first 2 months. You mentioned that was like the fallout of community, esports, like, and then I heard some more things later on down the line, which we'll talk about, like Incursions, that whole reboot thing. So I want to get into that.
Yeah. So I'll kick this into high gear because I don't want to keep you too long. But so Battlefield 4. I can, dude. As you already know, I can go on for hours on this stuff, dude.
It's good. No, it's good.
So basically, Battlefield 4 wrap up, had a great summer. Really good matches going on. Gamescom was absolutely fantastic. Had an opportunity to meet a lot of the players, a lot of the guys. Once again, Gamescom is actually where I got to meet Code for the first time, and I was working with them and ESB for a long time at that point on consoles. And then we came into the winter. Unfortunately, because of work, I wasn't able to make the finals of the 7th and final season of ESL 1, which really sucked. 2016 rolled around. DICE LA is starting to fix a lot of shit, but there's no leagues. Pretty much the money died in Battlefield 4. Everything was community-based. BCL started back up. This was the European League, which eventually turned into Awesome GG. I did a little bit of casting for them on the 8v8 stuff and just some South American leagues and things, but pretty much everything went back to the way it was pre-2015. So it was like back in the 2014 days. Nothing really special happened in 2016 except a little game mode. But actually, I forgot a really big important chunk here, and I think this is going to be something interesting for you in terms of just how the developers kind of reacted. So something I forgot between in January of 2015, we started working on a game mode called Squad Obliteration. And at first, all they basically did was they took a really, really large map. They put 1 bomb or 2 bomb sites on it, and it was really, really huge, but they limited it to 5 people, and they said, here you go, there's Squad Obliteration. We were like, this is horrible. CTE was out by the time this was happening, by the way. We were like, this is horrible. Nobody touched it for like a month. Crazy Baz got in touch with DICE, David Sirland, and talked to him and was like, hey, maybe there's something to this thing. Maybe we can take a look at this, kind of fleshed out a little bit, work with the community. So he contacted me and Pio, and the 3 of us, Baz, Pio, and myself, worked with David Sirland and Stephen Lin, which was White Walrus. At the time, he was the lead, I guess, on the Spectator as well as on Squad Obliteration. He was like our own. He was our own personal developer. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Now this is another thing. This is something that kind of reignited my hope that Battlefield was going to be bigger and better in the next game. They basically said, okay, Steven is going to work with you guys. I want you guys to do everything you possibly can. Give him what you want on the mode, what features you want in the mode, why certain features don't work, what features that you want fixed or tweaked or changed, and then I want you guys to test it all the time. So they gave us our own access to CTE private server. We were able to run the game anytime that we wanted to for Spectator or for Squad Obliteration. We had a whole bunch of pug matches that we ran through, test games, all kinds of stuff, and we ran through so many variations of Squad Obliteration, and we actually had 6 months of just feedback back and forth with Steve. We we told them, okay, you need to shrink the maps down. We got them to actually customize certain parts of the map. They added in being able to drop bomb. They added in different bomb sites. We added in being able to have extended timers on the bombs when you're defusing them. We changed it to where you only had to have 2 bomb sites to win the match. You know, you were able to win it by time. All kinds of really cool stuff that we were able to do, and we were working very closely back and forth. And we were seeing changes happening. Like, this wasn't something that we saw months down the road. We would tell Steve, hey, we want to be able to do this. And a day later, he was like, okay, go check it out in the new build. And we were able to do that. It was amazing. It was so cool. We had some updates to spectator mode that came in that I was just so happy to finally get. I worked with real close with Steve about that. But squad obliteration became the mode for season 6 and season 7 of ESL 1, and it was amazing. If you haven't ever played squad obliteration, you should go back and watch some of the videos. Some really good matches on squad oblit. There were obviously some problems with the mode that needed to be fleshed out, but for the 6 months that we were given to work with the dev, we created something extremely special. And it was also the time that I got added as a dice friend.
Oh, nice. That's always a plus.
Yeah, that was the first year that they had the dice friends. Okay, cool. So
one of the first.
Now that we got that out of the way, 2016 comes around. Nothing special really happens. We kind of blow through it all the way. I get invited to a couple of events throughout the summer of 2016 to basically give my opinion on Battlefield 1 spectator mode. So I actually had an opportunity to play Battlefield 1 early in, I think it was May or June of 2016. And I had the opportunity to play it in, I think it was May or June. I played it in July, and then I also played it a couple of times in October before it launched, right before it launched. So I gave direct feedback with David as well as Steve on spectator mode, what we wanted to change, different things that we wanted to add, stuff like being able to click on a flag and have that be the free cam. That was something that I suggested. Being able to have the outlines on players, that was something that I fought for forever. Oh my God. That was something that I could not get through their head. You have to add outlines to players. It's essential. That changed the game right there for casting anyways. Adding in certain pages for stats, adding in certain ways that you control cameras, different features that they added into spectator, all that kind of stuff. That's where my focus kind of laid. I kind of went back, kind of backed off of the gameplay side of things, and I really focused in on feedback for spectator mode. And that was kind of where I really fit in for Battlefield 1 at the very start of it.
Okay.
Like I said, I had the opportunity to play Battlefield 1 before it launched. I was actually there at the Battlefield reveal. I was probably the only person who was not impressed with the trailer. I saw the trailer and I went, "Oh, dude, it was so bad." Like,
really?
I had people. So so a lot of the people that were there knew who I was, because they had seen the esports side of things. They saw, we were getting 4,000 and 5,000 viewers on my channel. They were like, "Oh, that's awesome." I had networked with a couple of these guys before from other events. I knew Dan and Jeff Braddock really well, Dan Mitre. So, we all knew each other. And we were kind of sitting in this auditorium. We were sitting in the auditorium where they were going to show this. And it was just influencers. It was just YouTubers and streamers and people like that were in this auditorium. The press was in a different room.
Okay.
We were sitting down and they were like, "We're really excited to show this to you guys. This is going to be something special." And nobody knows what it is at this time. Like, nobody knows. They're like, is it going to be future? Is it going to be past? Is it this? And I'm just praying to the Battlefield gods. I'm like, please do not go into the past. Please don't go into the past. Well,
really?
They show the trailer.
Okay.
And it's in the past. And not only is it in the past, but it's Battlefield 1. And I'm looking at it, and the whole time my arms are crossed and I'm just going,
this is a disaster.
I'm just shaking my head the whole time going, what the fuck? This is
what
not
was
good.
going through your mind? Like, is like competitive and esports? Is that what's going through your mind? Like,
yeah, it's exactly what's going through my head. I'm like, how is this going to work?
How's this going to work?
How is this going to work with the guns that they're showing off? How does this work in this setting? Like, it's going to be boring as hell seeing all, single shots. And that was before they showed a lot of the automatic guns.
Okay. So
This was
okay,
before I got my hands on it because this is back in May.
Oh, okay. So
I hadn't played it yet.
You hadn't played it yet. Okay, okay.
So I'm like, okay, this is gonna suck.
All right,
I mean,
so you play it now. So now let's jump to when you first play it. What
so I
was going
first
through
play
your
the
mind
game.
then?
So I first play the game and I go, oh, this sucks. The gunplay is atrocious. I was like,
Yeah.
the gunplay sucks ass. And I remember very clearly going, why is it that when I hold the trigger down on the LMG, it gets more accurate?
Yeah.
What is that? I looked over at the guy that was recording with us because it was a recording session. I looked over and I go, look at this. Look at the pattern. The spray pattern is getting tighter. He's like, yeah, that's stupid. I was like, yeah, what the hell is this?
It's from 2142. 2142 did that with their LMGs.
Yeah, but that was the year that we went to EA Play. That was the first year that EA Play was a thing. So that's where I got my first hands on with EA Play. I did not like the game. I hated it. I thought the shooting mechanics was terrible. I did not like the class setup. They changed the classes completely.
They did. Yeah.
It was horrible. I was like, oh my God, this is going to ruin gameplay for the match. And one of the things that I had mentioned to the developers, I was like, okay, you have a medic who is given semi-automatic rifles, which are going to force players to play further back. But I'm a medic. I need to be the one that's in the fight healing people. Why are you?
You told
this is contradicting. And they were like, oh no, it works. It works. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It was terrible. So
I should not have brought Brett onto the show because now I'm like, I cannot believe I'm hearing this kind of stuff.
It was gross. So we look at it, and there's some other really bad imbalances in it. And I have a video posted up, and I'm trying to be as positive as I can in the video because I really want it to work. I really want it to work. And I'm like, they made some changes to Conquest, and I'm like, yeah, they changed Conquest around. Now the tickets go down instead of up, or I'm sorry, they go up instead of down. I was like, maybe that can work for competitive because we'll see like the score lines be, slightly different. Maybe it'll be a little bit more exciting because we're, going up to 100 instead of down from 100. So maybe viewers will be a little bit more interested in it. Spawns were changed up a lot more. So now you spawned way away from the flag instead of really close to it. I was like, maybe that can be cool because you can have like a setup of defense. That turned out to be shit. Spawns were terrible. They still are terrible.
I'm back mechanic.
Yeah, it was just horrible. It was horrible. Did not like it. Behemoths sucked ass. I saw behemoths. We played with the freaking blimp on Scar, I think it was.
Yes,
I was like, what? I remember looking over at one of the devs. Because they have like, so at recording sessions, they have like devs that walk around asking for feedback, seeing how everybody's going, how everything's doing.
I've talked to many game changers already. Yeah, they say the same exact story you're saying right now.
So the dev came over to me and he's like, so what do you think? And I went, this sucks. He's like, well, what's the matter? I was like, who thought it was a good idea to put a super freaking airplane up in the sky that can kill everything? And he's like, well, it's because it's for the losing team. I don't care. This isn't fun. And it was like, oh, okay, well, we'll take that, into consideration. I was like, yeah, it's not fun getting the shit killed out of me every single time I spawn in from something that I can't blow up. This is stupid. And then the fact that it gives it to the losing team.
It's for the losing team. He actually said that, huh? It's for the losing team. He said
it's for the losing team. It's so that they can get back into the game. And I was like, oh my God, no. So anyways, I had a lot of negative feedback to say the least.
Especially after you're all into comp play. I mean, that's, you live and breathe competitive and you're working with them on the Spectator. And are you, is something going through your head like what about the rest of the game? Like,
well, see, after I play initially, that's when I get invited to do all the Spectator stuff.
Okay.
So it's like I played at EA Play, and then like a weekend or two right after EA Play, I get invited out to LA. So I go out to LA. I spend 2 days over there just going over Spectator mode stuff. We did a mock cast where I worked with another developer, and the reason why we did the mock cast was to kind of show them how I operate the camera to make the controls better for a caster. To show them, what I do, how I do it. The way I remap my keyboard, what buttons I'm pressing, what views I'm staying on the most, all that kind of stuff, how I'm switching between views to get certain information. So we went through all of that for it, and we did that several times. We looked at so I got my first look at domination in June, and it was on Argonne Forest.
Yes.
And they had it to where in the overview, the tabletop view, as well as in the free cams, when you spawned into them, you only could see treetops because they didn't have it set to where the trees would fade out so that you could look down at the ground. So all you saw was tree cover with little dots running around. You couldn't even tell what the map was. I was like, God, this is bad. Domination looked horrible. The maps were super big compared to what they were in Battlefield 4. The way the ticket system worked, because see, in Battlefield 4 domination, if you got 2 flags, you could stop the other team from scoring. Well, now that the tickets go up, they made it so that if you had just 1 flag, you were still gaining tickets, but at a different rate. So you had 1 flag was like 1 ticket every second, 2 flags was like 1 ticket every 1.8 seconds. Or no, it was 2 tickets every 0.8 seconds or something like that. I can't remember what the time was, but it was like really weird timings. And then if you had 3 flags, it like really ramped it up, and you started getting flags points for a lot more points. Well, I was like, this is terrible for domination, but I'm not here for domination. I'm here for the spectator. So that's what I was focusing on at that time. I asked them if they were going to be bringing back Defuse. They said no, we're not. We're not going to be bringing back. They said they weren't going to be bringing back Defuse. They weren't going to be bringing back Squad Obliteration. They weren't going to be bringing back Obliteration. They weren't bringing back Rush. See, originally Rush wasn't even going to be there at launch. Originally, Rush was going to be something that was going to be held back for a little bit, but they ended up launching with it. And Rush was in a sad state. 12v12 Rush was just god awful. Horrible.
What was their focus?
Conquest. They wanted. This was their vision for Battlefield 1. When they were talking to us, they said they wanted Battlefield 1 to be the biggest, large-scale cinematic, notice I said cinematic, game out there. We want to be able to give you the best experience possible. And it was like, okay, I'm not wanting to be in a fucking movie. I want to play a video game. And that's not what they looked at. They're like, we got photorealistic maps. They play like shit. What does it matter how it looks? If the maps don't feel good, what do I care what it looks like? We got big vehicles that are gonna fly in the sky. It's imbalanced as hell. Why is this fun? This isn't fun. This is annoying. Why do I have to play against this? We have comeback mechanics. Okay, that's completely unfair for the winning team. Why all of a sudden does the losing team get an advantage just because they're shit at the game? Like, this doesn't make sense. What is going on here? That is the first step that Battlefield made into making the casual switch.
Okay. So they make that casual switch, but then something happened midway during the CTE was out, and they're rocking and rolling, trying to fix stupid things that were not released on time, or maps were very unbalanced, like Sinai, and all of a sudden this trailer comes out, with this information package of this thing called Incursions game mode. And this comes out, and like, I can see BrettFX out there just, smiling about this, like, whoa.
No, I knew about Incursions way before they announced it.
Okay. So what was going through your mind about this Incursions and all that work you put into the cam and everything?
Spectator, let me rewind just a little bit into Battlefield 1. So first of all, Battlefield 1 was the first Battlefield that did not launch with servers. So we had actually planned. I was working with I was working with Team Elevate, the competitive team. We were actually partnered with Razer. Razer was going to give us. They were going to give us $12,000 a month to spend on Battlefield events. We were going to be able to hold Razer-sponsored events for $12,000 a month prize pools split amongst 5v5, and we were going to do either 8v8 or 10v10.
For Battlefield 1.
For Battlefield 1. This was before the game launched. We went to a offline event in Sweden. I talked to Dan Mitre, and I asked him, I was like, Dan, I've been asking about servers, man. You keep telling me that you're going to give me an update. What's going on? And he goes, Brett, look. And he actually pulled me into another room. He pulled me into another room away from all the other people that were there. And he goes, look, keep this between us for now, but we're not doing servers for Battlefield 1. I went.
Your first question was
I went,
why?
What? You're not doing servers for Battlefield 1? He goes, okay, let me change that. He said, we're not going to launch with servers for Battlefield 1. And I said, okay, but you're still doing servers. He's like, yes. I should have known that he was still not informed whether they were or not. He was just trying to give me a very political answer.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, but the servers are still coming. He's like, yeah, but they're not going to be there at launch. And I was like, okay. Whew. You're giving me a heart attack, Dan. He's like, oh, you know, I was like, all right, well, we can work around that. So we had a tentative date for December and January to be the launch of this tournament. Well, we found out in December, finally confirmed that, and you guys know that they weren't going to be coming out with servers until late January, early February is when they are planning for it.
Yeah.
Well, by that time, Razer pulled out. They said, nope, we're done. We're not going to do this. We've waited too long. And they pulled our funding for it. But they actually were going, they contracted us for 12 months. 12 months. We had $100,000 that they were going to give us over the year for prize pools for Battlefield. Now, if that doesn't piss people off in the chat, I don't know what will, because that was going to be freaking cool. Anyways. So, anywho's, so we move on to Incursions. So,
yeah, whose bright idea was Incursions?
Well, after this debacle, okay, after this happened in January, I said, I'm done. I'm done with Battlefield 1. I'm sick of the shit. I'm sick of the lying. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this crap from DICE. We were promised all of this stuff. They said they were going to do better, and they didn't. They lied to me. And I was like, I'm done. So I didn't cast anything for Battlefield 1 for the longest time. Codename asked me to do some casting for Domination Finals. I did some of those for ESB. But for the most part, I didn't cast any of the base game. In fact, I had it uninstalled for the majority of Battlefield 1's life cycle. I had the game uninstalled. I went to a couple of offline recording events for some DLCs that were going to be coming out. I was involved in a couple of feedback sessions, consistent feedback sessions that were there. And then in June of 2017, yeah. So in June of 2017, I was invited out to DICE LA to take a look at Incursions. And they had been talking about Incursions for a little bit. I knew about it back in April. I was kind of like, okay, you're doing 5v5, but they kept on saying it's 5v5, but with a Battlefield twist. And I'm like, ugh, I don't like it when developers go with a twist, because you know it's some freaking weird ass thing that they're thinking of. And I was like, all right, well let's give this a try. Okay.
All right. So
June comes up, they invite me out, I go out there. I take a look at it, and I'm like, okay, this is not bad. I get the idea behind this. You have a class that you pick, that you select. It's kind of like a hero. Okay. And you basically are set up with this one, set of gear, and you have a role to play. The idea is to, take control of the map. You get points for certain things. So in Incursions, you got points for having control of the flags. You had a certain amount of points. You got a certain amount of points for each kill that you ended up getting. You got a certain amount of points for killing the tank that was in there. And so the idea was to get 10 points, and then that would give you a set. Okay. And then you had to get 10 sets in order to win the round.
Okay.
If the other team got 10 points and they filled up their set first, it would reset both of the sets. So both teams are scoring points, but if this team reaches 10 first, they get the overall point for the set and you don't. So the idea was to try and get 10 points first. I'm like, okay, this is kind of cool. I can kind of see some depth here, right? It's going to be more of a the depth of it is going to be more than what it had been in Battlefield 4 with Domination, and possibly even with Squad Obliteration, because there was actual roles that could be taken, different strategies, different ways to score points.
But this was all after the money was gone, right? And that there's no esports in sight. So you were probably like,
We'll get to that.
What's the point?
That's down the road. That's down the road.
Okay.
So
Continue.
the thing is you got to have a mode before you can have money. So Battlefield 1 has no mode. So of course there's not going to be any money there. So this is an opportunity for us to get a, hey PCAT, what's going on, man? Long time no see. So you have to have the mode there in order to get the money. So Incursions was never meant to be in the Battlefield 1 base game. From day one, it was never meant to be in the Battlefield 1 base game. Battlefield Incursions
I figured that, yeah.
was purely a test run. It was purely a test bed. Think of it as a CTE for 5v5. It was all gearing up for the next Battlefield. This was supposed to be the way that they ironed out all the kinks so that when they launch the next Battlefield, it's going to be good to go.
Esports.
So, esports, 5v5. So we go through, we do a test cast. It goes good. I give a whole bunch of feedback back to them. They change some things around. We start working on it. Codename is a part of it. We had a group of competitive players that were invited out in July. They gave their opinions on Incursions and a lot of their feedback on it, which most of it was ignored. And then we moved on to, I think it was in August or September, we got invited back out to Sweden again. We talked more about Incursions, and this is still before the launch of it. More feedback sessions were given. More of our feedback was ignored. What we were constantly being told on our feedback is, well, we can't implement your feedback because we haven't given it a long enough time to test. And we're like, whoa. We're telling you it's not going to work right out of the gate. Why test it? We know it's not going to work, so don't waste your time on it.
Right.
Well, further on down the road, and we'll get to that part, it comes into play.
I'm trying to figure out why any of this was advertised. Period. Like, why isn't this just behind the scenes shit?
Because they were trying to get people excited for Incursions, and they were trying to get people to test it. See, Incursions was more than just a 5v5 test in the end. So they invite us out. We end up going out and playing for, or we ended up recording a promotional video for Incursions.
Yeah,
that was a nightmare. We were in this really hot and nasty warehouse, and because they wanted to have it look all like aesthetically pleasing, all this kind of shit, and it was burning up, and they had fans going, and it was stupid. They had us out there for 8 hours, and it was like, I think I was in the video for like 10 seconds. I was like, fuck this. I didn't even get to really play the game that much. Funny thing, Relay actually was called out there. Now, Relay is super serious. Okay, he was super serious about this.
The French guy, right?
Now he was expecting to actually get hands-on. He brought his mouse and the keyboard with him, and he was ready to go. He was like, I'm going to set up for this shit. We didn't even get to play a full game. it was hilarious.
Why not?
Because it wasn't there to play the game. It was there to shoot a promotional video.
So it was like
with the game in the background for screens. Yeah, it was fake. It was
okay, got you.
So, anywho's, we ended up shooting that, and then it launched shortly after the video. Went into, I think that was 2017. Oh, I went to Gamescom that year in 2017 and announced with Westy. I actually got to work with Westy announcing the Russian DLC, which is where they also announced Incursions.
Right.
So they launched Incursions. We get into playing it, and it's rough. It's really rough. The matchmaking system in it doesn't work all that great. Numbers are really rough because they're not allowing everybody in. They're only allowing certain people in. They were trying to do like this wave-based keys, but what ended up happening was the first set of keys that they sent out, those people got bored of the game because there wasn't anybody playing. They stopped playing. And then the second keys, so they never really had a lot of people, right? So we had a lot of issues with keeping people in the servers and keeping things going. We didn't have a way to do private matches at that particular time. So it was kind of like, all, hit the matchmaking button at the same time and try and get in it all at once. It was crazy, man. It's crazy. But we were, myself, Codename, and a lot of other Battlefield guys, competitive players, were a part of a Discord where we discussed anything and everything Incursions, competitive. We had pages and pages and pages. I'm not joking you. We probably had about 100-page book of feedback that we gave them with all of us combined.
I just want to stop you there real quick. One of the this whole thing is like why all this is so hard to do, and then when you're explaining like shit that was in like Battlelog, where you can invite platoons in, set up the server, have the maps, have the players that you needed, and then press the launch button, and it worked.
Yep.
Like you can't even matchmake now, and this is like 5-6 years later or something.
Yeah. So Incursions was supposed to be a solution to that. Incursions was supposed to be Battlefield's new lobby system. It was supposed to be their new lobby matchmaking system. Okay. And they actually got it down. By the end of Incursions, it actually worked pretty damn well. They had a very basic MMR system that was in place. It matched you up with people when it was busy. It matched you up with people with relative skill level, and you got matches super quick when it was populated. It worked really, really well. The private lobby system worked amazingly well. I was able to set up a private lobby, switch the players to the side that I wanted to, add in my casters, and launch the game. It was amazing. It was awesome. It became really, really cool to use. And then they scrapped everything when Battlefield 5 came out.
Okay, so, whoa, slow down here. Okay, but wait a second. This was gonna be for Battlefield 5, which was gonna be a World War II game.
Huh?
Why would they scrap that?
Because they decided that they wanted to go a different direction for 5v5. So
a different direction. You mean you're talking about
Yes.
the canceled 5v5 game mode in Battlefield 5?
Yes, to an extent.
I want to talk.
It's a little bit more
that.
complicated than that.
Okay, well,
it's a little bit more complicated than that. So we gave a whole bunch of feedback for Incursions. A lot of it was ignored. A lot of it people did. We had a couple of developers that were there that were the head of Incursions. They were the head producers that basically. I gave back a pamphlet of feedback to the developer. I addressed a whole lot of issues with some of their specialities and the way the classes were set up and why they needed to be changed. And the developer messaged back, and I'm not going to say exactly what he did, and I'm not going to say who it was, but in a very basic term, he said, this stuff won't work because of ABCD. And I was like, did you not read my feedback? I addressed every single one of those points. And it got so bad that Ghostiami, who is now the competitive director over at Apex, I don't know if you know him, but he used to be a Halo Pro, Halo 2 and Halo 3 Pro.
Not familiar.
But Ghostiami was working with us, and he was like, dude, Brett, I don't even know, man. Like, this is bad. Like, I'm messaging their boss to let them know how bad they're handling this right now. Like, it was bad. They were taking our feedback and then just basically shoving it out the window, going, yeah, whatever, and not even taking anything. So anyways, that's Incursions never came off gameplay wise because of really bad leadership on their part.
Okay.
They just wouldn't listen. Now, the matchmaking system, in my opinion, Incursions turned into less about the game and more about let's get the server matchmaking lobby system working. And they spent a lot of time getting it working. And it did. It worked really, really well. Now, when we shifted over to Battlefield 5, myself and many of the players, we didn't see, to my knowledge, nobody in that group saw what the next Battlefield esports mode was supposed to be. We heard a lot of stuff from developers. They were describing what it was supposed to do. There were elements from Incursions that it was incorporating. We were told about how the certain game modes were supposed to work, and I'm not going to get into it because it was under NDA, and I think there's like a 2 or 3 year deal on it. So we were told how the modes were supposed to work. We were told how the class systems were supposed to work. They were refining a lot of the issues that we had talked about. It sounded really good. It sounded really, really good. And they were going to use that lobby system that was in there. They had invited out competitive teams, both from Overwatch, Counter-Strike, to go out there and actually test the game to get hands-on, because in their own words, they said, we want this game to appeal to more than just Battlefield players. To an extent, I understand. I can definitely see where they're coming in from. But the Battlefield competitive scene never had an opportunity to have input on that part of the game. We never saw it. So for everybody that may be like, well, the Battlefield 5, comp scene, they didn't do shit. We were never given a chance to do anything for Battlefield 5. We were completely shut out of it altogether.
Right. Okay.
So Battlefield 1 ended. Incursions, in my opinion, the way it ended was actually on a high note. There was a lot going for it. The game modes were fun. If we had 3 maps per game mode, Incursions would have been, in my opinion, it would have been like 2 points lower than Squad Rush as a competitive mode. It was fantastic. It was so much fun.
Okay.
And it had a lot of potential. But they stopped making maps for it. They didn't go any further than what they did. They made some really good tweaks for it later on, but they didn't really focus on it a whole lot. They shifted over to Battlefield 5 early in the year in 2018 for the 5v5 stuff. Like I'm talking about, they dropped Incursions completely, and the rest of the team shifted over to the esports of Battlefield 5. I was no longer invited out to any of the events for Spectator. I had no input on Battlefield 5 Spectator except for after the game launched. They did one pass over my feedback that I gave back, and they tweaked some things in BFI Spectator, but for the most part, I did not get an opportunity to talk to them. I was invited out to one event before Battlefield 5 launched, and I was like, okay, this is kind of a lot better than Battlefield 1. I was really impressed with the gunplay.
Yep.
In my opinion, alpha gunplay was the best gunplay. It was very smooth.
A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that.
Very smooth, a lot of good feedback. It felt crisp. It felt like Battlefield 3 again. It felt like I had control of the gun. It was fun.
Yeah.
And we did, I was like, okay, this is nice. I like Narvik. Narvik is one of my favorite maps. I know a lot of people hate on Narvik, but I love Narvik.
I still matchmake into Narvik. I was like, I have no problem with this map anymore. It's fine.
I thought Narvik was a very, very well balanced map. I had a lot of really good matches on that map. I liked some of what they did with the classes. I thought that the medic class pre the game launching was much better than what we have right now. That was when you actually threw the pouches onto the ground. I like that. I like that system better.
What about the needle mechanic? It was a separate thing that you can take out and then revive someone. You remember that?
No, the animation was always there for Battlefield 5.
It was always there, but you can take out the needle itself back in, I think it was like the alpha or something.
Oh, yes. Okay,
animation.
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Instead of just pressing E, then you just...
I don't know. I didn't like the animation, so... I don't know.
Let's not go off too much topic, because I still want to stay on this 5v5 thing and get this out.
No, this actually does have something to do with it. So one of our big feedback points, and we may have been somewhat responsible for the animation craziness that happened in Battlefield 5. One of our feedback points that we made back in Incursions was we need to be able to interact more with the gadgets that are in the game. There's too much of this. You just stand around it and it heals you, or you just stand around it and you get ammo for it, or there needs to be something that you interact with.
Okay.
What we were meaning as players by that was that you need to go up to it and hit a button and then it happens, not an animation. So like right now, to where let's say in Battlefield 4, when you would walk up to a vehicle and you hit E, you're interacting. You hitting a button is interacting with that object. That's what we were talking about. What I think happened is they took that as you want more animations in the game. And we got animations everywhere. And that was not what... So I think in a small sense...
I mean, if you go to an ammo crate or an ammo depot, those big ones, you go up to it, you press a button, and it happens. But you get the hand animation that comes up into your face, right? That's what they took that too far?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Those kinds of animations, the revive animation, the getting into the vehicle animation, all the animations that are in the game that they did. I have a sneaky suspicion, and this is completely unfounded by any proof whatsoever.
Okay.
But we were pushing that whole point about being able to interact with the world around you in the game, that I think that maybe some of them took it into the base game and were like, hey, let's have animations for interacting with stuff. And that was not what we had intended. So I don't know if we actually had an impact there, but I was just like, wow, this is terrible. So anyways, so we go into Battlefield 5. We find out that they're not going to let us play the game, the new Battlefield 5 game mode or anything like that. They're not going to give us any hands-on. They're not going to show us screenshots. They're basically just going to tell us snippets about the game mode, and then we're kind of giving feedback on those snippets. But for the most part, we weren't told anything. We weren't allowed to do anything on it. We were told in June of 2018 that yes, they are going to have servers for Battlefield, but they weren't going to announce anything until it got closer. So we were all hush hush on that. We couldn't say anything. So we were like, yes, we get servers at launch. This is going to be great. We get closer and closer to launch. We go to a couple more events. We're asking about servers, and we're still not hearing anything about it. I'm there with a couple of high-profile community members that had some really big communities in Battlefield previously. I mean, we're talking about several hundred community members in the Battlefield game. I'm not going to say who they were, but we were really pushing. We were really pushing. What's happening with these servers? What's going on with it? We went to Sweden a couple of times. We got invited out to some stuff, and the Battlefield 5. Oh my God! Here's a funny thing. So I played the Battle Royale for Battlefield 5 like a few months before Battlefield launched. It was in its gray box mode, and which means that it doesn't have any textures or anything on anything. It's all grayed out.
I remember that.
And one of my worst experiences ever. They hated the guys from Criteria probably hated listening to my feedback because it was nothing but negativity. So anyways, we go to the Battlefield 5 launch. We're looking at how things are going. I'm really excited for Battlefield 5 as a whole. I like the way Alpha went. Beta was kind of like, but they did change some stuff because we played it at launch, and it was like, okay, so it's kind of back to a little bit like it was earlier. Still feels pretty good. And we have a conversation. I'm not going to say who it was with, but we had a conversation. Again, it was with another individual away from the crowd. And I was like, be real with me here. Are we getting servers? And they were like, nope. For the time being, there are no plans for servers. We have no plans to bring any kind of server functionality to you guys whatsoever. And I was like, nothing. Not even what we had in Battlefield 1. They're like, nope. No plans. As of right now, we have no plans. And I was like, you're killing communities, right? They said, well, that's not what we want to focus on right now. And I was just like, wow, okay. Cool. Well, then, so later on, as we're flying back from Sweden, I'm in the airport and I'm talking with some of the other guys from some of these communities. And I'm like, I'm not really supposed to say this, but I trust you guys aren't going to be blabbing this all about. But I really want to make you guys mad before we go home. So I'm going to tell you this.
Okay, go for it.
We're not getting servers. And dude, their faces just flipped upside down. They're like, and it was like, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Not gonna happen. So then the launch of Battlefield 5 happens. We're still hopeful because right now Battlefield 5 esports is still on track to happen. It's
this whole 5v5 thing.
Yeah, it's still on track to happen, but it's not happening at launch. We were told that it wasn't going to happen at launch. They were going to wait for the game. They were going to develop it out a little bit more, and they were looking at a 2019.
There were other priorities there, Brett. I mean, there's like an unfinished single player. There is no.
Well, see the 5v5
thing. The
5v5 mode was worked on by a different team than the base game, so they had a separate team that had been working on the 5v5 mode the entire time.
In Sweden,
it was still DICE. But it was a separate team in DICE.
In Sweden.
Yes. No. These guys were from LA. These guys were the LA team.
Oh.
So
LA was working on 5v5. Okay.
a part of them, not the whole
part.
studio, a part of
Okay.
them.
Okay.
So we were told, okay, so look for it to be launching early next year in 2019. Okay, that's cool. We can start getting prepared for this. And Codename in chat, if he's still there, he remembers some of the conversations that were going on. It was a real doozy. A lot of emotion up and down. I was given feedback for spectator mode. A lot of the feedback was ignored. We weren't really getting a whole lot back for the game itself. We were given feedback on what we didn't like, what we did like. That was a lot of that was getting ignored. We stopped really. They kind of cut a lot of the competitive players out of the loop. They stopped asking for our feedback as much. So a lot of the guys just stopped giving it, stopped showing up, stopped playing the game altogether. Lost a lot of those guys out to other games. So the next year rolls around. We get, actually, may have been in December or January. I can't remember which. We get a message from some of the guys, and they're saying, "Hey, we're actually thinking about starting up a server program for Battlefield 5. We want to get you guys feedback on what you want." And I was like, sweet. Codename actually gave a whole lot of feedback onto what consoles and what PC servers needed. In fact, a lot of the stuff that's on the list, the original list that they came out with for features was feedback from Codename. So props to him on that one. But so we were like, sweet. So we're going to get servers. This is awesome. We can start maybe ramping up stuff. Well, it gets delayed and it gets delayed and it gets delayed. And finally, we get the community games. And it is...
private games.
It's pretty pathetic, right? No. They weren't going to call it private games. They didn't want to call it private games. They didn't want to call it RSP. That was a big discussion that went down. It was going to be called community games.
But they released that. They released the that article that was called private games.
I know, and it quickly got changed to community games.
Yeah, and all those promises of like, this is what is the bare minimum for the rental server program. It had a whole list of tools and options. So why didn't that happen?
So the original list that was there ended up getting cut down to their phase 1, which is what we have right now. That was, they were supposed to be working on a phase 2, but the game was so broken that they had to basically cancel support for it and shelve it and work on the base game.
Right.
At the same time, okay, this was in June of 2019, I believe. We're gearing up and getting ready for the 5v5 mode.
Yeah.
All accounts, it's supposed to be coming out. We haven't heard anything though. We've heard absolutely nothing about whether it's coming out, whether it's not coming out. Is it confirmed to be in July? Is it confirmed to be in this update? And it had to have been like a couple weeks, maybe a week or so before it was canceled, that we actually found out that it was canceled. So we found out that it was canceled. We were like, mother, seriously? Yeah. Then they announced it to everybody that it was canceled. Then, of course, the whole community was like, oh, I told you it was a waste of time. And they could have taken that team and put it on the base game and it would have been so much better. No, it wouldn't have. If they would have taken off the people who were working on 5v5, it wouldn't have made Battlefield 5 any better. Battlefield 5 was shit to begin with. It was always going to be shit. It's still shit, and it's never going to be anything other than shit. It is a shit game. It was built broken. It was on a base of being broken. It's never going to be fixed. It is always going to be broken. So to sit there and say that 5v5, the unreleased 5v5 mode, took away from development is bullshit. It never did. So yeah, it was canceled, and I've never seen any assets. I've never seen any maps. I've never seen screenshots. I've never seen anything from it. So I don't even know what it looks like.
We saw them in trailers in the
Right, you saw what was in the trailer, but I'm talking about like we didn't see like the overview of what a map looked like. We didn't see like how the game mode worked.
We saw any cosmetics. Of that kind of stuff. We saw cosmetics and guns that were supposed to be for that specific game mode. Yeah,
so the 5v5 mode, like I said, it borrowed heavily from Incursions in that same style. So it had
So
So
it's always going to be separate. Is that what you mean? It's always going to be separate client?
well,
Like
no.
Incursions was?
It was going to be in the base game, but it was
Oh.
going to borrow from Incursions in terms of its setup. So you were going to have classes that you were going to be choosing from. You were going to have those classes were going to have like a set loadout that you were going to have. You're going to have special gadgets, special abilities, all that kind of stuff. Like that was going to be like it was in Incursions, but for this new game. And that's why you had certain weapons and gadgets that are just now making it into the base game that had to be retooled for the base game, but that were there for 5v5. And yeah, it's just sad, man. Just sad. We had an opportunity to potentially come out with a little bit of a win. But like I said, I think it was probably for the best that 5v5 didn't come out for Battlefield 5, because Battlefield 5 was in such a sad, sorry state that it would have looked bad on any kind of esport potential, right? They would have further used the failure of Battlefield 5 as a reason why esports can't work in BF if it had launched.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
And so I'm kind of glad that it didn't launch.
Yeah, I was kind of glad
because of that.
Yeah.
Because people, like I said, people are they're so it's so funny. Battlefield was at its height, was marketed as a game that you can make your own. You know, Battlefield moments. Do what you want. Sandbox, right? Play it your way. Right? If I want to be a sniper that sits way the hell out there that shoots with a 12x scope, I can do that. If I want to be a guy that wants to just go around, CQB style, just jump around every corner and racking up kills, I can do that. If I want to be the objective-minded person and go for every flag cap, I can do that. If I want to be the dickhead who goes around and jumps out of Jeeps running over my own teammates, I can do that. If I want to do a Renzook, I can do that. I can jump out of a plane and shoot an aircraft. I can do those things.
Yeah.
Battlefield 5, you can't do those things. You can't do the fun stuff that made Battlefield fun. And it lost its heart and soul, Oh, exactly. And Battlefield 5, when you got these people who have this idea of what Battlefield has to be, that they forget that Battlefield 5, because it was so malleable, allowed for 10v10s and 12v12s and 5v5s to exist. It allowed, at one time, Battlefield 2 was on TV.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Okay, it actually had a tournament on TV. Now, you're going to tell me that esports can't work? It was so popular, it had its own freaking channel or TV show. Guys, it was there. It can happen again. It just needs the support. But people think that Battlefield has to be, and Battlefield 1 has a lot to blame for this too, has to be this big, cinematic.
We covered that. Yeah, exactly.
Big bang explosions and photorealistic shit. And it's just no, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be that. The experience of most players is not that. The experience of most players that they have is pushing onto a Rust objective, right? And smoke is everywhere, and they're reviving as many players as they possibly can, and they get the last kill, and all of a sudden, boom, the objective explodes, and it was the last second, save with only one ticket left. That's their experience right there. It's not this whole, let me just stare out at the clouds. Oh my God. It's such a pretty cloud. Look at those mountains over there.
The Al Sundan vistas. Yeah, look at the Al Sundan vistas. Look at all that unused land.
Nobody cares. Yeah, it's good for marketing material.
Yeah,
it's good for marketing material. But in the end, it doesn't add to the game.
No.
And that's what we're left with. That's what we're left with. Battlefield 5,
they took the word immersion, Brett, and they just went ham on it. And I was like, this is the most immersive Battlefield we can make. And when you make the most immersive Battlefield, sure, maybe you've done that. Probably not even. But you took all the fun out of it.
One of the feedback sessions that we had, I remember talking to some of the devs.
Yeah.
And we were talking specifically on vehicle gameplay. This is for Battlefield 5. And we said, you cannot have vehicle gameplay like this and have it be fun for players. This is not enjoyable. It is not fun to sit there and try and rotate my turret and have to wait 3 seconds. Now, the excuse that we got was, oh, well, it's so that console players have the same experience. Bullshit.
I hear that a lot.
Bullshit.
I hear that a lot from devs. Even back in BF1.
That's bullshit. Who the
yeah.
fuck cares if the console has the same experience as PC? Okay? The system is bad. It's not fun to play.
Yeah.
I don't care what consoles if they have the same experience. They're on a different platform. Now, if we were on the same, like if we were able to cross platform, yeah, I could maybe see it. But no, we weren't. Another thing on the vehicles was the animation of getting in and out of the vehicle.
Yeah.
That right there is one of the reasons why vehicles don't get aggressive. It's one of the reasons why the vehicle operators don't try and go for these objectives, because they know that as soon as they're disabled, they're fucked. Because if they try and get out of their vehicle, they're going to die because of the animation. They go back and watch Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 vehicle operators. It is amazing the skill level that they show. Honestly is. They are some of the most skilled players in the game to be able to keep track of where everybody is at, where the safe places are, when they can actually get out and start repairing, get back in their vehicle when a helicopter and a jet is breathing down their necks.
Exactly.
Like, it is some of the most skilled gameplay that you will ever see.
Oh yeah.
That's gone. You can't do that anymore.
No. I'm afraid to even go on a little motor bicycle just to get to a flag. I'm scared.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'd rather not. Like Jeep, it's fast, and I'd rather not. I'm probably gonna get killed instantly by a tank 50,000 kilometers away. I despise the vehicles in Battlefield 5.
Or how about the fact that you're gonna try and jump out of a Jeep, and because the animation is taking so long, the Jeep runs into a rock and explodes and kills you.
Or when you submerge it in water. And you have it pops you out, and the Jeep blows up inside the water, and it kills you. It used to, okay, look, vehicles in the past, there's a lot of very annoying things. Even back in BF2, when the car is going too fast and you exit, you'll tumble and you'll pretty much die. Or you'll, let's say you're in a weird situation with the vehicle and you're running into a rock, right? And you get out, but the animation or the car slightly gives way and it hits you and you die. Like, that's happened a lot in older Battlefield games, a lot. It doesn't happen much in Battlefield 5, actually.
But those things, in my opinion, can be forgiven. And the reason why is because they're like little hiccups or glitches in the game, right?
Yeah.
They're annoying, but it's not intentional.
Yeah.
What annoys me, what frustrates me, is that these animations, the slow down turrets, the having to heal inside of the tank as opposed to getting outside of the tank and heal, changing up these class structures so that it makes it less friendly in order to support. Those things are intentional. They're designed like that on purpose. What the hell? and you asked me this at the very beginning. It may have been before we actually went live.
Yeah.
You said, okay, now that the dev team is combined and we're moving on to Battlefield 6 or whatever it's going to be called, are you hopeful? No, I'm not. I think we're going to get more of what we have in Battlefield 5 in a different setting. I think we are going to be stuck with the same terrible design choices that we had in Battlefield 5. They're not going to learn from Battlefield 5. And one of the reasons why I think that's the case is because Battlefield 5 was so broken that they're not going to see the design choices that were bad because their attention was solely focused on trying to fix the game with its obvious problems.
Yeah, I got that.
So
I figured that. That's why that's why I totally 100% agree with them canceling support for the game, or canceling content for the game. I was like, dude, now you got time. Now combine your power over there in Sweden and make a complete Battlefield experience. Go back to your roots. Get the servers up. Otherwise Brett's gonna yell at you. Like, get it right this time. You got another year to do it.
Well,
right, and that's what
I
I'm
highly
thinking.
doubt. I highly doubt that I am going to be invited into too many events in the future. And it's not because of my opinion. It's not because of the feedback that I've given. I think mainly the reason why I'm not going to be getting invited is because my viewership, my community, my influence
Uh-huh.
that I used to have has been ripped away. It's gone. It's non-existent.
Yeah.
Like I said before, and I'm not trying to brag, I used to be able to go live with a single match that was going to last an hour and a half, and I could get 4,000 viewers.
Yeah.
Now, if I go live, it could be a grand finals between two amazing teams. I might get 50 people.
Yeah.
I have no viewership anymore. I have
Yeah.
no influence. So my community is practically dead. I mean, it's laying on the door, the ground, just wilting away, saying, please put me out of my misery. I can't take this anymore, but somehow my heart's still beating.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where it's at. So I probably will never be invited to another event. I mean, and I have nothing against the managers. Like, I still love Jeff. I love Part Welsh. They are awesome guys. I hope that I can still give feedback in the community feedback channels that I am a part of, that I am invited in as a game changer. But as far as like going to live events, going to recording sessions, going to feedback sessions like I used to, I'm never going to have that amount of influence again. I don't think.
Yeah, those are different times. And
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, who are they going to invite this time? Like people who don't play Battlefield 5? Like, yeah, right?
Well, and that's part of what they do.
They're not going to invite.
They do get a lot of.
They're going to invite someone like me. Like,
well, they have a lot of people from the BF community that they do invite. Of course, you have your Jack Frags and your Westies and all those guys, which are always going to be there, which is great. Honestly, look, all of the hate that Westy gets, or that Jack gets, or any of those guys, like it's not deserved. Westy, Cameron, I have had many talks with him at these events. He has the same problems with the game that we do. Jack has the same problems with the game that we do. The problem
100%.
is that even though they're giving feedback to change the problems that we all know about, they have to say it in a more political way. They have to present it on their YouTube channels in a more political way because that is their job. That is their financial income.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that they're lying. I've never thought that they've just out and out lied about it. I do think that they say things and they give their critiques in a much nicer way than what the community would want them to. Because the community looks at them like their mouthpiece. You speak for me. You are there to vent my frustrations on the developers, but that's not what they're there for, right?
No,
They do vent their frustrations. I have been there personally. I have seen it. A lot of the Battlefield YouTubers and streamers have very good criticism that they give back to the developers. The Game Changer program gives excellent feedback to the developers. The problem is that the developers will not act on it. And this is something else that we talked about at the very beginning that I said I'll get to.
Yeah.
I don't believe that the downfall of the Battlefield franchise is EA's fault. I think that EA made some missteps that kind of helped it along its way. The problem with Battlefield and the reason why it has gone down the path that it has is DICE. It is 100%, without a doubt, DICE that has done this to Battlefield. It's not because of microtransactions. It's not because of monetization schemes. It's not because of DLC. It's not because of, we have to have a battle royale. None of that is the... DICE made the design decisions that took it down its path. They decided to turn it into the game that it is today.
Right.
They decided that they didn't want people to have servers, the ability for them to control their own experience. See, DICE doesn't want people to have their own experience. DICE wants you to have their experience. They want you to have their vision of what Battlefield... And again, like I said before, that's not what Battlefield is about. Battlefield is about you making your own moments in the game.
It never was, ever. Like they showed that too. I mean, I'm like, I don't know if you played the Battlefield 5 recently, but they were excited to release 2 new maps that we haven't seen before, and they released them, and the playability of the game is solely dependent on their playlists. Right? you have to play their playlist because that's what's advertised. That's how you get into things. You release 2 new maps, and you don't even advertise the other one, the brand new one no one's ever seen. And it's not even playable. You have to like magically get into it. There's no 24/7. Al Marge is what they call it. You can't get into those.
I knew about that.
That's coming next week or something. Dude, it's like crazy. You know what went through my mind when I stayed up late to feature the patch on my stream? First thing I did was like, I'm gonna get into their new playlist, but they don't release their new playlist till later on in the night. So my first thing that I want to think about is like, yo, I'm gonna feature the 2 new maps on their 2 biggest game modes, Breakthrough and Conquest, back to back, right? My server filled up instantly on a community game server, the ones that you can never fill up, right? Yeah, it was at 2 a.m.
People are hungry for the content.
Exactly. I was so stunned when I saw the new playlist come out. It was literally that one Provence map, the extended one, right? And it was just that map like 3 times in a row or something, mixed in with some of the most hated maps in the game. Like, people just can't stand them. Like, the Al Sundan's in there, Twisted Steel's in there for some reason. I think it was to promote their class changes, or not class, the faction changes
that they added. Yeah, the 14
changes.
models that they added.
Yeah, exactly. But dude, as a RSP user, and I was in that all the time for Battlefield 1, 4, and 3, all those, there's always that home where like, hey, we're featuring the new maps, get in here, right? You can't have that experience anymore. There's no more of that.
Yeah.
You can only play what DICE wants you to play. And they never moved from that position the entire time. They never featured their quote unquote RSP that they have now. They never featured it as something that when you open up the community games, there's everyone's homes, their permanent homes, their titles, their playlists. Because if they if they did that, then they would lose a lot of different things. They would lose their playlists that they would have. They would lose their Tides of War missions that they had planned, and all this other BS, pretty much. So it was like playing from the start.
Trying a lot of that stuff that you mentioned, they're wanting to add in the next update. That's supposed to come in the next community games update.
Yeah, who cares? I'm not gonna be playing the game by then.
Oh, I agree 100%. To answer your question a little earlier about have I played the game recently? So I downloaded the patch. What did it launch on? Thursday? Something like that. Anyways, whatever day that the patch came in, I downloaded it. I played for 3 rounds. Now, I hadn't played before. It's been like 2 patches since I played the game. So I hadn't played it a lot. I've done some casting since then, but I haven't played it a lot.
I see.
So I guess it's the new spawn mechanic that they have, where if people are looking at you, you can't spawn on your squad mate or something.
If one
it was horrible
whizzes by, you zoom in and then you cancel and it zooms way out.
Oh my god, it was unplayable. I wish I was recording at the time, but there was a moment where I tried to spawn in. I think it was on
thank you for
the sea bridge.
Yeah.
Look at Harp with the big money bags.
Thank you, Harp. Shady, the $10. Thanks for putting in the time to make Battlefield show. You're welcome. Really interesting hearing from Brett. It's also bringing back some bad memories. Oh yeah. We're going through memory lane. I tried to warn you guys earlier on, man. We're digging deep into Battlefield history.
We're getting to the raw nerve right here. But I think it was like on a C flag. I tried to spawn on my squad 3 separate times. And all 3 times it got canceled. I was like, I give up. I can't even help my squad. What is this?
This was not a test. This was not tested. They had the right idea. Like, okay, we want to. It's annoying to spawn into a squad mate and then getting murdered right away. People hate that experience, so they're like, okay, we'll cancel that for you so you don't get killed. We're looking out for you, okay? But then when one of the big things I think in Battlefield, one of the biggest mistakes is the over-the-shoulder camera angle. That was the first time it's ever happened, other than in BF4, where I think you had the little mini screen that shows you in black and white what the person is looking at in their specific area, so you make sure it's safe. They took that and they made it full screen, and you kind of have an idea of where they're at, but you have no idea if they're in trouble or if someone's aiming at them or whatever. Yeah. But it ruins your strategic battlefield mind that you've developed over the past 10 years, because when you die, you go into the overview of the map, and that should give you a good idea of where you should start spawning. This just distracts from that. It automatically nerfs the spawn beacons. Automatic nerf to the spawn beacon, because most people don't even know a spawn beacon has been deployed, because they're always spawning in on their squad mates, never going to deploy over. You have to hit another button to do that. I always hated that idea, by the way.
So it's cool that you mentioned that. So early on in Battlefield 5, I was given some feedback on the spawn systems, the cap radiuses, and the capture times and the capture logic that was there. So one of the things that I said was, first of all, the spawns need to be closer to the flags. They were like, well, we've gotten feedback from a lot of the community said that they like it further from the flags so that they can actually capture it, because it was just chaos on it. Problem is when you do that, it makes it too easy for teams to basically turn into a circle zerging match, right? Because it's hard to get back into a flag to defend it, because by the time you make it there, they've already captured it and you're going to get wiped off the map. So what do people do? They spawn in, they move to another unguarded flag in order to capture it, and you end up with this circular flowing motion, right? Mm-hmm. The second thing that it did, and that was in Battlefield 1 too, but the second thing that it does with the way that the capture logic is that the closer you are to the flag, the more capture weight it gives to that person, right? So if you're trying to fight onto a flag, then you have to get basically, so if the other team is defending it and they're right next to the flag, you have to make your way into the flag through probably out of cover in order to try and slow him down or stop him. Whereas previously, when the capture radiuses were smaller and it didn't matter where you were at, you had the same capture weight as anybody else, you could jump on that flag real quick, pause that capture or slow it down, wait for your team to spawn in, and then go for it. It made it to where it was a lot more strategic, a lot more thinking that went involved into it in capturing that flag, instead of just like, well, fuck, I've lost it, I can't do it anymore. The other thing is that you were talking about, like, with the spawns going to that screen, that weird ass screen,
the shoulder, the parrot cam they call it.
I ripped on the developers for a half an hour on the UI and why that particular screen and the way that they had it was detrimental to Battlefield. And I came up, I was like,
it's so obvious.
You're going to force players to spawn on their team who is more than likely in this circular type movement. They're not defending flags, they're just attacking. It's going to cause this to be even worse than what it was in Battlefield 1. You're going to end up with situations to where players don't know that they can spawn in onto a flag somewhere else, because they're going to see their first option is squad mate A, B, or C, right? That's what they're going to look at. That's who they're going to try and spawn in on. Yeah. It's going to increase the frustration of spawning in on a player who is under fire and might die after you spawn. Now, to me, I am all about, if you spawn in on a teammate and you die, that's perfectly fine with me, because it's a dangerous spawn. You take that, you have 3 places you can spawn in on. You can spawn in on a teammate, you can spawn in on a flag, or you can spawn in at your home base. And each one of them gets safer as you go, right? So you have dangerous, kind of dangerous, really safe. So you have options. Well, like you said, when you have those 3 options that are right in front of you, most players, they'll just choose that, what's right in front, because they want to get into the game as fast as possible.
Exactly.
I was like,
they just press the space bar. Press space.
Right. I was like, switch the view screens, make it so that you go into the tabletop first, and then allow me to take a look at where my players are at before, so I can make that decision.
Click one of the things right, single click on the squad mate, the little window pops up. Maybe not full screen, but maybe half the screen. I don't know, like something like they did in Battlefield 4, right? You got a good idea. It doesn't have to be blurry or anything like that. Just click. If it looks safe, go for it. Exactly.
Well, one of the reasons why they can't do that we were told is because the tabletop mode is part of the game. Like you're actually looking at the game. It's not just like in Battlefield 4, it was just a picture, right? So you saw everybody moving around, but it was just a picture.
Until you zoomed in super close, then you could see live things going, right?
No. In Battlefield BF3? 4, it was always just like a map.
That was BF3
it wasn't the actual map. So the way it is in BF3 Battlefield, way it is in Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5 is that you're actually a camera hovering over
top
the live map that's being played.
Okay.
That's why you can't do another screen over it.
And that's why you can't zoom in, right?
Yes. Well, they don't want you to zoom in because you could cheat.
Yeah.
Because if you wanted to see where the players were playing at, if a guy had a really good position up on a hill, you could just zoom in and go, yeah, he's right here. Go get him. Or yeah, he's over here. Go get him.
I remember in BF4 that you can zoom in to an extent and you can see like tanks rolling around, and I'll give you a better idea if you should spawn there or not. And that was like my way of not spawning into danger pretty much. But yeah, that changed over time.
I talked to one of the developers early on in Battlefield 5, and I said, look, it's frustrating that you guys can't understand why we have this issue of players just going after captures all the time. And I told him, I said, look at Battlefield 3 and look at Battlefield 4. Take a look at your captures and your defends in your stats. My defends in Battlefield 5 or 4 and 3 for Conquest are 3 times as high as my captures.
Yeah.
Because the way I play was when I die, I look at where my flags are flashing, and then I go to them.
Yeah.
And then I defend that flag.
I do that a lot. A lot
of players do that.
A lot of veteran players do that. Because it was in Battlefield 2, it was like essential to defend your back caps and all that stuff. And if you see a tank coming there and you see it rolling around, you're going there to defend. It was a must. Otherwise, it was detrimental. They taught us this. They taught it.
Well, one of the worst things that came out of Bad Company 2 was PTFO. That was one of the worst things that came out of Bad Company 2. Because that started this whole idea of, well, I just got to play the objective. Okay, well, what is your idea of the objective? Well, the easiest answer to that is, well, I got to go capture a flag. Just got to go capture a flag. That's all I got to do. Yeah. So in Battlefield 1, what did DICE do? They made capturing a flag like a freaking gold mine in terms of points.
Yes.
And I'm going to tell you right now, the modern gamer, if they think that they're going to get 1,000 points, it doesn't matter what the points do. It doesn't matter. The points could mean nothing. But if they see, oh, I get 1,000 points, I got to do it. They're like just distracted by flashy numbers on the screen. So yeah, if you give them a lot of points for that, they're going to do it. They're going to do it in excess. They're not going to care about saving a flag because, hey, this one gives me more points. Well, why do you want points? I don't know. I get more points. That's all they care about.
And that's exactly what happened in BF5 was there are so many things in BF5 that were so non-PTFO, or they kind of like did a 1080, maybe not on purpose, right? They were just probably, just browsing around or thinking up new ideas of challenges, right? But they didn't really think about their core game, So like, there's a few assignments that want you to prone and stay standstill and get headshots in an objective, or just from a distance or something. Everything's very there's weapons like MMGs or the AT rifles. Everything you have to go prone to hit these. In BF1, only like 1 or 2 things you can do. What was it? The rocket from the assault squad. You had to prone to shoot it or deploy the bipod kind of thing, which made attacking tanks a living nightmare in Battlefield 1. But now, I mean, I don't even know why the MMG class is a thing because of that little.
Because they were trying to go for this semi-quasi authentic experience to World War II.
Yeah.
And I mean, Battlefield 5 was botched from the very beginning. I mean, when they announced it, the way they announced it with, And look, here's the thing. I don't give two
remind
shits
me.
about having war paint and false arms and women. The only thing that I did not like about the whole women in Battlefield 5 was the fact that their scream for when they died lasted forever and was it would just pierce your ears.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, okay, devs, tone that down. I don't care if there's female models in the game. I really don't. I don't care if there's a pink Darth Vader in the game. I really don't. What I care is that the game is fun. And what they did is that they just completely ripped all of that out of there. They pissed off the community because they were like, we're going to be an authentic Battlefield game. And then when the community said, hey, we don't like this, instead of just going, okay, we understand that you don't like it, but hear us out. We're going to do this. Instead of doing that, they said, no, you guys, you're just a bunch of fucking assholes. Like you're women, you women haters, or you're this or you're that. And it's like, dude, that is not the way that you go about doing this. There are people that I know that did not buy the game and will not ever buy another Battlefield game because of what happened in June. And you may think, okay, well, who needs them? Well, who needs them? DICE and EA apparently need them because they shut down production on Battlefield 5 early because they know it's a lost cause. And it's not because it's a lost cause because, oh, it's so broken. It's a lost cause because they didn't sell that many copies. They did not sell as many copies as they needed to in order to make it financially viable to continue supporting the game.
Right.
And so, yeah, it matters what you say at the beginning of the game. Whether you agree with it or not, you still have to be somewhat political about your statements. Yeah. And they just pissed off everybody. Yeah, Battlefield 5, I think what you're going to see with the next Battlefield game is it's going to be very generic. I don't think that they're going to go in any one direction that's going to be too crazy or wacky. I think it's going to be a somewhat of a modern setting.
Yeah, modern.
I think that you're going to be seeing a lot of very safe plays. It's going to be your standard modes. They're not going to go too crazy with anything. They're going to have, very basic skins that are going to be involved in the game. They're going to have very basic, weapons that are going to be there. Challenges and stuff like that are probably going to be not as crazy as that they were in Battlefield 5. I think it's going to be a very tame game in terms of that. Just because they went so out of left field on this last one and it backfired on them. I don't think esports is ever going to happen for Battlefield right now. I think that esports for Battlefield, as it sits, is, in my opinion, right now, is it's dead. You will never see Battlefield esports ever again. I think that you will see community events for Battlefield. I think that you will see community leagues for Battlefield competitively, 5v5, 8v8, 10v10, 32v32. But you're never going to be seeing a mainstream sponsor and a mainstream organizer having a Battlefield LAN ever again. It's just not going to happen. And I know ESB has had their LANs in the past. They did it for Battlefield 1. They were trying to do one for Battlefield 5. They're probably going to try and do one for the next Battlefield game as well. But in my opinion, I think that a large, big tournament with, actual $30,000, $50,000, $100,000 on the line is never going to happen with the way it is right now. It's just not going to.
I hear you. And that sucks.
It does.
Someone brought up a question here about DICE LA. Catalyst brought up a topic here. Now that DICE LA is being rebranded under Respawn, and a lot of competitive developers are formerly a part of that team, what do you expect from that new IP that they're working on?
I have no idea. It would not surprise me one bit if they... So right now, DICE LA just finished they're either finished or they're finishing a VR game for Medal of Honor.
Right. Yes, we heard about that.
I think that the new game that they're going to be working on, I don't think it's going to have anything to do with esports, in my opinion. I think it'll be probably some kind of generic, kind of like a shooter type game.
I was thinking like a Star Wars, but
that's what I kind of have an idea that it's going to be. Maybe a third-person shooter or something like that. But I don't think it's going to be anything esports related. Right now, in my honest opinion, EA for years had been pushing for a esport in Battlefield. They wanted to have a flagship first-person shooter esport that they could get behind, that they could put millions of dollars behind. And the reason why I think this so confidently is because if you look at the jobs that they hired for, they hired esports jobs in EA. They wanted to have esports for Battlefield. I talked to a lot of those guys at the Battlefield studios in LA, in Sweden.
Yeah.
Okay. They had big plans. But guess what? DICE did not allow them to actually succeed. DICE did the bare minimum that they possibly could to appease EA, to keep them off their backs just enough to where they didn't have to really focus and produce a successful esport game. And EA finally said, okay, whatever, we got Respawn over here. And Respawn created Apex. And now what does Apex have? Well, guess what? They've got multiple $1 million events. They have a season right now that's going on that has millions of dollars involved. They've already had millions of dollars in prize pools going out. They've had tournaments. They've had LANs. They've had all kinds of stuff already for Apex. That's the game now that EA is going to put their weight behind. That's the game now that's the first-person shooter that EA is now going to be pushing that should have been Battlefield, but because of DICE, wasn't. Because DICE refused to put any effort, any real effort into an esports version of their game.
Wow.
That's my honest opinion.
Yeah.
Through my experiences.
I kind of get that. I'm not really expecting that to be in the future for Battlefield 6 or whatever they're gonna call it. It's just come to a point where I don't really know what they're gonna do, but they have to do something to keep the franchise alive, because Battlefield 5 has brought down the franchise to a historical low that I've never quite seen before. Almost to the point where, like, you know how Star Wars Battlefront 1 came out and it was like all hot shit, right? And then I couldn't even find a server to join on because there was no server browser or anything, right? So that game like literally just died, and then they made Battlefront 2. But it kind of seemed like Battlefield 5 almost hit that part, almost hit that.
I think you're still going to have a community for it, because there are enough.
That's what I'm talking about. The community.
There are enough people who still will play the game. There's enough content creators out there that will still create content for it in the meantime.
Right. So I'm hoping DICE will understand that finally and get community games right off the bat, have servers right off the bat.
Community games is supposed to be the way it was described is that it's supposed to be a long-term initiative by DICE so that every Battlefield game from now on will use the community games platform. They won't have to redesign it every single game. It will be something that it's basically a plugin.
That's what I was hoping for. Yeah, I was hoping for.
That's the idea behind it. And that's really why I'm kind of still excited for community games.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm done with Battlefield 5.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to see how they implement community games after this next update and into the next Battlefield. Because if they actually do what they said they were going to do with it, then when Battlefield, whatever it is, launches, we should have community games right there on day one. It should be something that they're basically just updating the platform for the new Battlefield game, and boom, there we go.
What about a new engine? You think a new engine would mess that up?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I'm thinking it's got to be a newer version of the same engine that can handle whatever they made in BF5 and just port it over. Like, I hope.
To me, I think if they build it correctly, that it should just slot in and just work. I think that, honestly, in my opinion, I don't think that they should be trying to use a new engine. I hope that they're not. Okay. Because every single time they try and use a new engine, they have a whole lot of problems with it, or a new version of the engine anyways. To be completely honest with you, I think that I think DICE has a really bad habit of focusing on wanting it to look too pretty They
Oh, of
sacrifice
course, yeah.
gameplay because of that.
Yeah. I hope they understand that. Or I hope they can find a good mix, because I appreciate
Yeah.
some of
Well,
the good
and
looking stuff, especially for single player and all that. But
I mean, honestly, go back, and I know the blue filter is annoying, but
yes.
seriously, go back and take a look at Battlefield 3. Like, that game is actually a really good looking game.
Yeah,
Still to this
I played
day.
it on low. I played it on low back then too, and it's great. Yeah,
But
we've
what
been
I'm saying,
spoiled, man.
like, the visuals have held up over time, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it
So
was way ahead of its time.
you don't have to reinvent the engine. You don't have to try and outdo yourself every single game. You know,
Yeah.
Use the same engine for a few games. Have a stable platform,
Mhm.
and I mean, look at Call of Duty. Call of Duty used the same engine for what, like a decade?
Yeah, that was fucking. I hated
No,
that, dude.
I mean, it was, but
it churned the butter, man.
but
They
it
got the
worked.
money.
It worked. It was a stable platform, and they were able to do stuff because of it.
Yeah.
You got Battlefield. They try and reinvent the wheel every single game, and it ends up hurting them.
I've said that a million times on this show, and I don't know why, but it seems like they're just terrified of a reskin or getting just criticized over that. And because going from BF3 to BF4, a lot of people are out there is like, oh, it's just a reskin of BF3. But when you play BF4, it's really, in my opinion, it's nothing like BF3.
No, there's
Other
a
than
lot of things that are different. Vehicles are a lot different in Battlefield 4.
yeah.
Map design is a lot different in Battlefield 4. Just your general, the way that your character plays is a lot different in Battlefield 4. Obviously, the changes to suppression changes how things play out. Yeah, Battlefield 4 is its own game.
Yeah.
But if you look at the visual difference between 3 and 4, there's not really a huge jump. Right? And even though that Battlefield 4 did launch in such a poor state, it wasn't so bad that they weren't able to get it eventually fixed. I kind of like what Tombstone Mercenary said right here, and I kind of agree with him.
Yeah.
I would not be against Battlefield just taking like a 3 or 4 year break. Just take a break, explore different IPs, go out and look at something different. Give the DICE team over there in Sweden something else maybe to work on to maybe cleanse the palate,
What if Star
and then
Wars
come
was
back
that?
to Battlefield.
What if Star Wars was that? Then they lost that the rights probably. So that was a big
You think they
beef,
lost
too.
the rights?
I think. I mean, they're not working on it. So who's making the new Star Wars game? I have no idea.
I thought Respawn weren't they?
They're making those single player games though.
Yeah.
Jedi Fallen Order, right? And they're gonna make a second one, I think.
I think they got a sequel coming out.
I think that's where they're just gonna hang on to that. But maybe the Battlefront thing was just never gonna go anywhere.
Well, I don't think DICE had the contract or the rights for it. I think it was EA has the rights.
EA,
So
yeah,
EA is
EA.
going to decide what developer they have to work on it. So I think it'll just shift over to a different dev.
Okay.
But
I hope for Battlefield 6 to be, even though I don't think I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be esports driven kind of game. You never know what happens when you have a community driven Battlefield game. And you can have Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 all over again. The shoutcasting days will come back, but many things have to fall in place for that to happen.
What would be amazing, and I know this will never happen, but what would be amazing?
Have some hope.
We had like Battlefield greatest hits. And what I would love to see is a start from 1942 encompassing every single battlefield. And what they basically would do is they would have like a 5-year plan to where instead of launching individual games, they basically just log into Battlefield and they just have, these are the 1942 maps and you can play those. And then you can have the Battlefield 2 maps and then you can play
remasters of all the games.
Yeah, and then just have those throughout the whole entire game. And it would be nice to be able to just have a mix of them. And I don't really see why you couldn't have a situation to where, like, so you would have, maybe your your playlist would be 1942 or Battlefield 2 and Battlefield Bad Company 2. So you would have those playlists. But if you had like a community game system to where you could blend in those games, and what would happen is that when you would spawn in on those particular maps, like if you went from a 1942 map to a 2142 map, it would switch out the guns for that particular game, right? So you would
Yeah.
just switch over to that setup of guns that you could use.
That's
And
what I
I
was
think,
thinking. Yeah, I was
and I
I was
think if
calling
you
it
use,
I was calling it Battlefield Universe, basically.
yeah,
You know, to be a live
yeah,
service of all the Battlefield eras, going back to Battlefield 1
yeah, and
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 just
I
have
think
it
that it would
all.
be really sweet because I like the in-game currency system of being able to buy what gun I want to use.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like that from Hardline. I thought that was something that they definitely improved upon. Because in my opinion, there are going to be certain guns that I want to use and certain that I don't want to use. Like for instance, I don't play recon. So I don't use bolt action sniper rifles.
Hmm.
So, if I can earn in-game currency to buy everything in my assault kit without having to level up,
Right.
that's perfectly fine with me, right? If I
Oh
have
yeah.
enough of the credits to buy every assault gun in that class, but I don't have to play it for 30 hours, I am totally okay with that. That is fun for me. And you could do that in a system where you had like that multiple game setup. So like you play a lot of 1942
Yeah.
and you bank up, let's say 30,000 in-game credits. You jump over to Battlefield 3 and you're like, oh, well, I want to kit out with this, this, and this. And you can just go through and buy what you want and then play with those kits. Like and then continue earning your in-game credits. I would love that system. Like I said, I came from a system with Delta Force where you didn't unlock stuff. Everything was just open and you just played with whatever you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
That was back in the days when you had DLC, you went down to the store and bought a box with a disc in it and then installed it into your on your game, right? And that was the expansion. That's how you got your new weapons. You didn't have to unlock stuff like they did in Battlefield games, which is one of the reasons why I didn't stick with Battlefield 2 was because you had to unlock everything. And I
Yeah.
am not one of those people who likes to grind. I hate
Oh,
grinding in games, and I will drop a game faster if there's a lot of grinding.
I hear you. I hear you. Ballista brought up something instead of copy and pasting. No, not. Well, we'll get to Ballista too, but Afflicted. So if you have that mass amount of different types of maps and subgenres, or a subset of many games to split up your player base, I think if you just make a good game, I don't think the player base will
But
split.
you would okay, so the way I was describing it
Because
though
you
is
have your own
that
custom
you would
servers.
have playlists that would have the individual game. So like you would have a 42 playlist, you would have a Battlefield 3 playlist, a Battlefield 5 playlist, and then you could have community run custom games, custom servers that you could
Right.
quick match into that could then run a blend of those games. So you could have a 2142, a Battlefield 3, a Battlefield 5, a Battlefield 1 map in that sort of, and what it would do is that it would just switch your weapon kits to that map, to that era. And like I said, if you had that currency, you could then take that currency and then purchase what weapons that you wanted to in there. So
Oh,
let's just say you liked the 2142 a whole lot. You played it a whole lot. Well, then you could take all of that currency that you have that after you buy whatever you wanted to in there, if you max it all out, and you could go to another one and buy any gun in that setup that you wanted to. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like it would be, it might be a little bit complicated, but I think it would be something that you could appease a large part of the crowd, a large part of the player base by doing something like that
yeah.
without separating everybody into small little groups.
Yeah,
Um,
then it comes down to the is it going to be a live service or is it going to be a premium service? And when over time
I
the
think
premium
premium is
service,
over.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. If they are going to have some kind of premium or like this, how you call it? These what do they have now in Apex? These seasons, right? The
Mhm. Yeah.
seasons have seasons of content, right, and new stuff. Season pass, that's it. Yeah, so if Battlefield gets a season pass, which I'm thinking they're gonna have, is a live service season pass kind of thing, but they're not gonna lock away maps or anything like that. And I'm not sure how they're going to do it, but I think it's going to be something similar to how everyone else is doing it right now. But you can't lock maps behind season passes. That would be terrible. Terrible.
But I think Apex has an advantage over something like Battlefield because it's not constrained by an era, right? So
yeah. Well,
Battlefield
if we did a modern, if they did a modern, they wouldn't have it.
Right.
They wouldn't have to.
It's about a war, right? And typically your war is set in a certain era. Whereas Apex is in a science fiction world, and you can do all kinds of wacky, crazy things.
Yeah.
And it's going to be bringing out those, all kinds of people for it because they expect to be having wacky, crazy stuff happening. Okay. And you can have really weird maps. And what I'm getting at is that you can have that live service works really well, I think, for stuff like Apex because you can have very long term. So you can take that map out for 2 months and then bring it back 2 months later, and people aren't pissed about it.
Yeah,
because they know that they're going to be playing this game for a very long time.
A blast from the past.
Whereas with like Battlefield, I mean, you take out that one map, right? Well, it's like, for instance, Frontlines. I'm going to be honest with you. They took out Frontlines. I stopped playing Battlefield. Like that was the last mode that I consistently played in Battlefield 5. And when they took that out, I was like, well, I'm done.
Limited time game modes. There's no way they're bringing back limited time game modes for it. Like,
in theory, I understand where they were coming from.
Yeah, me too. I get
it. But the problem is that they weren't able to consistently update their playlist in order to make it happen on a regular basis. In order to make limited time modes work, in my opinion, every 7 days they have to bring in another mode. They have to constantly be rotating them over and over and over again. Because you're going to lose the people who like Frontlines do not want to wait 4 months to play Frontlines.
Yeah.
And that's what they had to do. It's like,
I hated that. No. That's why the rental server program would fix all that issue. You would have that little small segments of people who love Rush or love Frontlines, and they can play it whenever they want because there's a home there. There's people who have
and it also fixes the issue of really bad maps, and it helps fix the issue of imbalanced games. So I don't know how much you've been playing Battlefield lately, but the couple of rounds that I played, earlier this week before I stopped, 2 of the 3 rounds that I played, my team got base raped right off the bat, and we spent 90% of the game just trying to capture our very first flag.
Oh yeah.
So it was completely imbalanced, and there was no adjustment. There was no change at all to try and get those teams rebalanced. Something like community games would help with that.
Yeah.
At the very least, an admin can go in there and say, you switch over to this team. You switch over to this team. You switch over to this team. He can manually move those people to help make the game more balanced. And there are admins out there that will do it. So there are good admins out there that will do that.
So I was part of the community Angels of Death. Have you heard of them before? AOD?
I'm a part of AOD.
Okay, well there you go. There's rules set up. I was in AOD for like 2 years or something like that. Until I started streaming. But there were rules in place for community members that they weren't allowed to balance a server and to keep it alive and fresh. Weren't allowed to go into the last cap or their first cap and whatnot.
Yeah.
And that really kept those servers alive just because of AOD members, because there was a lot of us not going and just out capping them and base raping them pretty much.
Yeah.
So
one of the things,
it's a good rule, just like little things like that.
Absolutely. I remember back in Battlefield 4, back when AOD still had servers up, I used to play in them all the time, and it was really nice because they knew who I was and I know who they were. And so, we had a pretty good understanding. I didn't have to worry about accusations of me hacking because basically the AOD admins would be like, dude, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Shut up. And then, I felt like AOD did a really good job, and a lot of communities like them did a really good job of protecting their player base. There are some assholes out there, and I'm not going to lie, There are several of them that are in the competitive community that will go into a server for the sole purpose of trying to drive people out of it. They
Oh
will
yeah,
try and just beat them down to the point where people leave.
I
And
know
they go in there and
exactly.
they try and kill servers. That's what they do.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think AOD did a fantastic job of being able to weed those players out and to kick them and protect their player base. They see Dice kept on saying, well, we're getting rid of custom servers because it ruins the experience of players.
Because
Well,
of
I don't know about
because
you,
of
but some
badmins and
of the
stuff. Is
best,
that
yeah,
what you're
yeah,
talking
they
about?
said because of the admins.
Admins,
Some
yeah.
of the best experiences that I've ever had in terms of gameplay comes from being in custom servers in Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4. Some of the best experiences because I knew that those admins were going to take care of the player base. I knew that those admins were going to give us what we wanted. And
Yeah.
that's why the experience was good. And now you go into and it's like I said, I played in that server the other day. I was getting base raped. There were four, there was a full squad, and they had the same tags on. They were teaming, they were on comms more than likely. They were beating the hell out of us.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
was nothing we could do.
And there's no
You
auto
know?
balancer either. So
None.
when you have no
None.
auto balancer, you can't do anything. Like even if it's
Yeah.
computer controlled. But even back in the day for Battlefield 4, you had scripts that you can just access on your phone. You
Yep.
wanted to go to next map, I just type it on my phone, send it to the server, bam, you're ready to go. You know, you can have like unlimited amount of admins or trusted admins that can be running the servers pretty much 24/7. If you had
Oh yeah.
enough. I know AOD ran theirs for 24/7, and when we needed people to, you know, start up the server again if it died, you know, we seed the server, we'll get in there, start playing, and it'll fill up in like 30 minutes or whatever.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
communities
And
kept those servers alive.
yeah, and that's the other thing too is that you know, when they got rid of the servers and the control in the servers, they killed the communities that were running them, and they lost because of that. I think they lost a lot of player base, long-term player base,
Yeah.
because like you said, and I used to do this with some of the guys back in Battlefield 4 and 3 too. I used to go in and we would start servers, right? We would go in, we'd start the servers up. I'd spend an hour just playing, you know, 10v10, 8v8 until the server started populating and getting full.
Oh.
Well, now, as soon as I start seeing a server that's even got, you know, maybe 16 players in it, I leave it and go somewhere else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it makes it harder to fill servers up because they can't, because they know, people know that they're not going to be taken care of when they get in those servers. One of the things, one of the memories of admin stuff that I liked back in Battlefield 3, this is when I was still a pretty damn good player, and I was really practicing a whole lot, and I was competitive, playing competitively. We would go into oh, what was that? I can't think of their name. It was right there at the tip of my tongue. Anyways, there was a specific server group that we always went into, and it was a 24/7 metro. And we went into this server because it was a good warm up for us before matches. We would go in for scrims and matches, and we would just warm up. And what we used to do, because we knew the admins, is we would basically push one team, the other team, all the way to their spawn. We would push
Okay.
them all the way to their spawn, and then we would ask the admins to flip us, and they would take us and they put us on the other team, and then we'd push the team on all the way to the other side of the map. And these were like 2,000 ticket servers, and so we
Yeah.
would just do that for the entire server back and forth. And you would think that people would be pissed off about it, but they weren't. The reason why was because they were getting, at one point, you know, they were getting pushed all the way back to their base, but then we would switch teams, and then all of a sudden they were then pushing the other team to their base. And so you
Absolutely.
still had that
There's
that
so many
feeling of being able to have that back and forth feeling and winning.
there's so many opportunities where I ran into friends that just wanted to do that in Battlefield 5. I was like, okay, this team's getting wiped. All right, just move us over to the other team.
Yeah.
And we would have saved that server for hours upon hours. And it just, there's no options for that. So they screw that up. I hope they remember. I hope they remember everything they did wrong
You
and
know,
make
I
it
don't really,
and make BF6 a community driven game. They have
I
to,
don't
man.
understand why they remove stuff like team switching. I don't remember. Did they ever give a reason as to why they removed that?
No, they don't talk to us, Brett, remember?
But I mean, like team switching, you would think would be like the most basic of basic things. And I can understand if you're on a losing team, I can understand, okay, not allowing that player to switch to the winning team.
They fixed
Right?
that in BF1. They wouldn't give
But
you, they wouldn't allow you because it's almost ending.
right.
Remember?
So if they have that's perfectly fine. But what I don't understand is, like you said, I've been in servers before where it was like 32 versus 20. It's like, let me go into that other team. Let me go help them out. Because this is not fun. This isn't fun for anybody because you end up basing them the entire time. And yeah, you're absolutely right.
They have to see that. They have to notice that. And you know, I'm sad that there's probably going to be no esports for it, but dude, if you have community driven Battlefield 6, you might bring it back again. Maybe we'll see.
So if esports,
maybe.
So just in my opinion, if esports was to come back to Battlefield, it wouldn't come back in the next Battlefield game.
No.
What would happen, in my opinion, is that in order for it to come back, you would need to have custom servers. So you would have to have servers come back at launch for the next Battlefield game. And what that's going to do is it's going to establish your communities again. You're going to get your AODs, you're going to get your Armored Fist, you're going to get your, CFA. You're going to get all those guys, right, that are going to come back. TGB, all these guys, they're going to come back and they're start running their own servers. They're going to build their communities back up. Absolutely. Once you start getting those communities built up, then you're going to start seeing stuff like smaller communities budding out, platoon-sized communities that are going to be like 10 and 15 players big, to where they don't necessarily rent their own servers, but they create a platoon, right? They have a little group, and then they go into these servers as teammates, as squads, and they play that way. Those then turn into, hey, let's match up against this other team and see how we fare. And that's when you start getting the 10v10, 12v12, 32v32s kind of going back and forth, which then eventually turns into, hey, why don't we make a league out of this? And we can maybe have some more competitive, play coming out of that.
Starting all over again.
But it's going to have to build. It's going to have to build itself back up. And I don't think it'll happen over the next game. It may not even happen over the next 2 games. But if they were to go in that direction, it could happen, I think, in the next probably 4 to 6 years. You could have an esport for Battlefield if they were to go that direction. But that's a big if.
Yeah, geez. Yeah, it is a big if. It is. They'll have to prove it to us. And EA miraculously has to stick with them for them to even give them the time of day to even accomplish a feat like that. Especially if they want to compete with glorious Apex, who knows what their sequel is going to be, like probably even crazier than what they have now.
Yeah, and I mean, and you get stuff like
how is Battlefield going to fit into the whole scene of first-person shooters? It's such in its own directory. It's just out there. It's like, oh yeah, Battlefield. I remember that game. That was fun.
And Battlefield has to be careful because you do have Call of Duty that's coming out and replicating facets of BF. They have that, they had that 64-player ground war mode. Yeah. So, and I'm not a huge fan of it because of the kill streaks, but they're close. Call of Duty is close. They make some tweaks in the next Call of Duty. If they go with that big scale again, I could totally see a huge chunk of the Battlefield community moving over to something like Call of Duty. If Call of Duty tweaks a couple of things, get rid of kill streaks, expand the map out more,
EA would be so
kind of tweak the vehicles and how they play. Boom.
Yeah. Now the question is, will EA be fucking pissed that happens, or do they not care if that happens?
At this moment though, but at this moment though, do they care? I mean, do they really care? Because I think
because they're making another Battlefield game.
But at this time, Call of Duty has once again established itself as the king of first-person shooters. Okay, it broke all kinds of records. This last one did. It broke all of the Call of Duty records.
Yeah.
Battlefield has never overtaken Call of Duty. Even back in Battlefield 1, Call of Duty still sold more copies than Battlefield 1 did. I don't think at this point in time, EA really cares to try and be that Call of Duty killer. I
Okay.
think that they have found a good niche with the Battle Royale with Apex. I think that they're having some success with their single player games. And Battlefield at the moment, I think the expectations are so low from the community right now that they're just kind of like, let's take a year off. Let's focus on this game. Let's try and make it good. But we're not really going to try and do anything. Like I said, I think the next Battlefield game is going to be fairly generic. It's not going to be. They're not going to try and experiment with anything to an extent because they've already screwed up so bad with Battlefield 5.
Damn.
That's just
Because
my
I
opinion.
want to see some creativity. I want to see some innovation. Because DICE always brings the innovation, except for Battlefield 5, but they bring it, man. They bring, especially with these new consoles coming out. That's why it gets me excited about the next Battlefield game. Now that time is on their side. But
I hope so.
The way you've been explaining it really scares me now.
As negative as I am about DICE and about Battlefield, I still like the franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, I still like Battlefield. It is, ever since 2010, it has been my favorite first-person shooter franchise. Even with all the frustrations, even now, I still go back and I play Battlefield 4. It's my favorite franchise. I like it. I like the setting. I like the structure. I like the team structure of it. I like having vehicles. I like having big maps. I like it. But I think that more people need to be critical of the game in a constructive way. You still have too many people who are just defending DICE. They keep going after EA. They keep talking about the wrong things. They're not going after what is truly the problem. And I think if we get more criticism, constructive criticism towards DICE, then I think that maybe we'll start seeing those changes coming in. But I think that Battlefield for me right now, I do not care if it's an esport game in the next one. I'm not looking into it for that reason. I will buy the game and I will play it as a casual player. I will probably play it for the first probably month or so pretty heavily, but after that, it will more than likely be a game that I play 3 times a week, maybe for 1 or 2 hours at a time.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
So
for leader, Battlefield 6. I don't know about that this time, but it'll be cool.
But I mean, I think at this point in time, they just need to get back to their Battlefield roots. That's it.
Yeah.
So
I think that'll be the key to Battlefield success, and it's right there, man. It's in the playbook. They've done it for so long.
Another thing that I think would help Battlefield, and this is something that I'm really surprised that they haven't done, but I think they should up the player count.
Yeah, I was just thinking
if they truly want to have these big epic cinematic battles, why don't we have 150 player counts yet?
I'm scared that it would ruin the Battlefield formula, because
how do you figure?
So Conquest 150, what is that?
But it comes down to the way you design the maps.
Yeah, so the maps would be way bigger, right?
Well, they don't necessarily have to be way bigger, but they would be structured in such a way to where teams wouldn't blob up on one section.
Oh, it kind of seemed like that would be the natural thing. But
well, okay. Do you remember a game called Mag?
Yeah.
Okay, so the way that they structured that, because it had hundreds of players that were playing all at the same time.
Okay.
The way that they structured that is that you had platoons on your team, and those platoons, while they could go all the way over here to play with this other platoon and attack this objective, their spawns were always going to be over on this side of the map, focusing on these objectives. And what happened was you had, now it's been a while since I played this game, so forgive me if I get this thing wrong for any of you guys who have played it. But you had I think it was 3 or 4 platoons. I think it was 4 platoons of 30. And what you would do is each of those platoons would have their own objectives to accomplish. Once 2 of those objectives were accomplished, it then opened it up into another section basically of attack. And I think that those 4 objectives condensed down to 2 objectives. So all of a sudden you had those 30 squad teams. Basically, they would then combine into 60 player teams, and then that would then, once they completed one of those 2 objectives, it would then open it up to a single objective that had to, and that's where you had this massive battle
Right.
between all of these people.
That's
And
kind of
it's
what
just
I'm
the way
hoping
you
for.
structure it.
That's why I'm kind of hoping for like a mode of higher player count to start with. Like,
Yeah.
you know how you have operations and grand operations? Like
Hate 'em.
I hate them, right? But imagine putting just a large scale mode. You have your regular 64 conquest and whatever, the standard formula, but now we have this new all out war mode that might, will be the, I don't know, the BR of it. It's not going to be a BR, but it's going to be that what's the new BR in Call of Duty?
Warzone.
Warzone. It's going to be the Warzone of Battlefield or something. It's not going to be a BR or whatever. I don't think they should do a BR, but a new game mode, higher player counts, maybe not too crazy high, but something like that to where it can it can be handled. And I think that'll be really cool.
Up to 100.
Yeah, 50v50 would be. Yeah. I think you could just run. I mean, hell, dude, you can do 50v50 on most of the maps in Battlefield 5. I think you can do 50v50 on Hamada. Like,
easily. Yeah, easily. Yeah.
Or Panzerstorm. All you gotta do is add more objectives, and hell, you probably even might make those maps even better than what they are just by increasing the player count and not adding anything.
To an extent, you're absolutely right. And another thing that I think they can do too, you were talking about this with the mode, but even in Conquest, they need to bring back like, you remember in Battlefield 2, each of the flags had a objective. Like you had your radar towers, you had your artillery, you had different things that you needed to capture to let your commander be able to use them in the game, right? So they need to bring
not in BF
stuff like that.
I don't think it was in BF2, but maybe somewhere else. Yeah. I think it was like BF3 and others. They had
no. In BF2, you could capture positions that had like artillery, and then the other team could then go in and destroy those positions.
Oh, like give you the opportunity to use those things, right?
Yeah.
Because I remember all that stuff was in the uncap. All the like commander, like artillery and UAV, like hubs were over there.
Well, now the when I was playing Battlefield 2, the second go around, the resurgence that they had a couple years ago.
Okay.
I do remember that they had like a radar station on the map to where you could destroy it, and it would allow your commander to either have radar or not have it.
Right. Yes. I think most of those were in the uncap. That's all I remember from BF2.
But then it may have been like mass specific on some of them. But my point is if you had objectives like that out on the map, like, especially in my opinion, planes don't have enough to do. Like, when you're in a plane now in Battlefield 5, what is there to do other than just kill infantry? Right? Because most pilots are not good enough to really have a good dogfight back and forth. They're just not. So what ends up happening, and I've seen this in servers where pilots, they just leave each other alone and they just go for the infantry kills. So give them an objective that they have to accomplish. Give them hard targets that they have to bomb, which may provide power to certain AA that's maybe automatic on certain parts of the map to open it up for them so that they can strafe infantry. Give them something to do that's going to, give the other than just killing infantry.
Yeah, that kind of answers Tombstone's question right there, pretty much. The player base would change the meat grinder mindset if the flag, I need to run towards a flag or sit back at a spawn cruise. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and that's something that I was kind of excited about with Battlefield 4, because remember when you capture a flag, you got access to like the AC-130 and stuff like that.
Right.
I was like, cool. This is gonna give people a reason to go to these sections. But I think their failure was when they tried to make Commander a outside experience. You know, because if you remember when Battlefield 4 launched, like they were pushing the whole tablet mode.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, I remember
So
that shit.
So I think that was where they made the mistake. If they would have let the commander still play in the game, but have access to those resources, I think it would have been a much better experience for players than what it was.
There's no way they're gonna bring Commander back, right?
I wouldn't think they would.
I would.
I don't see that happening because, well, for one, I don't think it's going to come back in the form that it was in with Battlefield 4. Because nobody wants to play like that. I mean, that's just boring.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't think that it'll come back in the form that it was in Battlefield 2 and 2142, because one, I think that in order to make it viable, it's going to have to be fairly powerful. So if you have a bad commander, you're going to get messed up, just like what you were in those games back then. The difference between back then and now is that people now don't like to have a hard time gaming. They don't like a challenge. They don't like something to be difficult. They just want to go in, rack up a bunch of points, and leave. And I think that you won't be seeing that style come back because of that, because it's too hard. Because one of the buzzwords that the DICE devs used a lot back in 2017 and 2018 when I was going to feedback sessions was accessibility. We want it to be accessible. It needs to be accessible. That was what they kept saying. What that means to me is we have to dumb this down so that the worst of the worst still plays this game and thinks that they're having fun.
Yes. I see that a lot. We run into a lot of these trilobites, we call them, or just like, mill simming the game and crawling on the ground or proning excessively. A lot of people can play like that if they want to. It's just another choice we see in all the Battlefield games. There's always that boomer play style of just like sitting back and sniping from the mountaintops or something. That's just the way it is.
As frustrating as that was, I always defended those players.
Yeah.
Back in Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 on the forums, I always defended those players because I'm a firm believer in the fact that you play Battlefield the way you want to play it. It's a sandbox. That's the whole point of it. And if that guy wants to sit on that mountain 20,000 miles away with a freaking scope, okay, let him. Whatever. It's frustrating for a little bit, but at the end of the day, whatever.
This is a casual game.
Yeah. What pisses me off though is when DICE tries to force a certain type of play style and they end up destroying those type of moments. I mean, let's be honest. How many troll videos do we remember from Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 of people flying their helicopter, jumping out behind a sniper and knifing them, or throwing C4 on them, or doing claymores? That's the type of stuff that people do when they've played the game for 1,000 hours and they want something a little bit different. They want something to spice it up a bit, But when you can't do that anymore, the game gets boring. And you don't want to play it. You don't want to log in. It's like it's the same thing over and over and over again. And I put thousands of hours into Battlefield games before. I haven't in the last two. I think I've barely cracked 300 hours in Battlefield 5, and I think I may have 200 in Battlefield 1. So I haven't put a whole lot of time in those because it was the same gameplay loop over and over, and you couldn't do anything different. Whereas with Battlefield 4 and Battlefield 3 and Bad Company 2, you could do those weird and wacky and fun things. And you could change it up. And those people are assholes sometimes on the troll videos, but let's be honest. Everybody looks at them and everybody watches them and it's funny. That's why they have so many views. It's funny. And we don't have that fun aspect anymore. We don't have that. We don't have the ability to just create anymore.
They could have, man. In this game with the World War II. Yeah, have you seen some of these like wacky ass cosmetics and these crazy ass pieces of equipment, like the lunge mine or the flamethrower, the the katana, like weird wacky stuff like that. That kind of like was that was that silly aspect of it. These elite soldiers were so silly looking. I mean, it really triggered the authentic
Well,
people.
I think the elite thing was just stupid in my opinion. I was like,
did you see the new one coming out? The German
the
dude?
Tom Cruise?
No, there's an old man with a white beard and like a huge trench coat.
What?
Have you not seen that? Maybe I could show you on
No, I have not.
Oh, let me see.
So we got what, Santa Claus or something?
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow. Oh my God. That's ridiculous.
It's on one of these. I think Temporial had it.
Of course he has this.
Look at all these cosmetics too. I mean, this is just straight up like,
oh my God, that is not going to happen, is it?
It is gonna happen, yeah.
Dude. You know how many snipers are gonna be hiding out there like that? Jeez.
Okay, Aaron.
It's already hard enough to find people in this game.
There he is, right there. What do you think of that? His name is Siegfried. I was like, dude, where's the guys with the beards and shit?
Wow.
But this is like a real thing. Like, imagine if this was like at release or some shit. You know, like this is wacky stuff here. Like, this guy is so out of left field. It's insane. Even has a little
Santa Claus here.
It has a little trailer and everything over here. It's kind of small, but look at that. I don't think there's some audio in it. It's so out of place.
But what is this trailer supposed to convey?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you got wacky stuff like that, and the authentic people are just losing their minds right now. They're starting a hashtag.
Well, see, like this stuff right here, I don't care. Like this stuff, I don't care.
No, exactly. But they think this is like the new direction, Battlefield 5. We need to save it because of cosmetics and authentic.
There is no saving anymore. This is the last update.
Last content update. They don't care. But I mean, look at this. And let me bring up. You probably can't see it on your end there, but it's just nothing but save Battlefield 5 stuff for like days, man. It was insanity. But
wow, your first mistake is going to the Reddit.
Yeah, the first mistake. Yeah, it's just it's a minefield over there.
Wow.
But, yeah, I don't know why people want to save the game after all the shit we went through with it. I think they're just ignorant to the fact of what we went
I
through.
think those are the people. I think those are the people who still play the game. Those are the people that I was telling you before that are going to play Battlefield 5 all the way up to the next Battlefield. They're the ones, the hardcore fans.
Have fun. I mean, I've been playing the game since release on my stream here. And
well, the only reason,
dude, it's been hell.
The only reason why I haven't uninstalled it from my computer right now is because every now and then I cast some stuff.
Yeah, right.
But honestly, if I wasn't doing any casting, it would be uninstalled. Like, I don't play it. I tried playing it for a couple of rounds, like I said, and it was god awful, man. I was like, nope. And I exit out and I went over to Battlefield 4 and I played for about 2 hours on Battlefield 4. So I was like, this is terrible. But
yeah. All right, man. Yeah. Well, it's midnight here. We got to end this thing.
Dude, we've been talking for 4 hours.
4 hours.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I've learned so much, and I appreciate all your wonderful stories from, going to your first Dreamhack and Gamescom and, talking about your first gigs for ESL 1 and all that cool stuff. I learned quite a bit, and we covered a lot of great stuff when it comes to like what happened with Incursions, what happened with the 5v5 game mode, and just learn more about you and your endeavors in Battlefield. And we could just hope for the best for Battlefield 6, but I mean, it's looking kind of grim, but you never know what happens with these guys. So
at this point, I'm letting it slide off my back. I don't even care. I'm just, like I said, I'm going to play it like a casual player again. I'm going to go back to just being just that guy that just happens to pick the game up and play it every now and then. That's what I'm going to go back to. So I've And you know, to a certain extent, I think that's going to make the game a little bit better for me, even if it is bad in any way. But yeah, I mean, thanks for having me on, man. It was fun talking. You know, I can talk about this stuff for hours and hours and hours. It was great seeing the guys over here in chat. Harp, if you do end up banning me out of the server, I will personally tell Tim that you are going to be banned from every level BF event ever again. Anyways. Yeah, so had a lot of fun. Enjoyed it, man. I like the show, like what you're doing here, and
we're gonna keep on going.
Appreciate the invite.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Yeah, we're the whole reason for the show was to bring on people just like you, from the a veteran Battlefield player, comp player. You don't have to be a comp player, but anybody who just casually or competitively play Battlefield. There's a lot of insight into how amazing Battlefield was to so many different people, you know, not just to zoomers, you know, or boomers, like certain play styles. Everyone played differently, you know. That's what made it so great. The flexibility.
The beautiful thing about Battlefield is that it is extremely rich in history. I mean, it has, you know, over a decade of history for the Battlefield franchise, and it is, there are so many people out there that could give you so many amazing stories in the past about what has happened that people have forgotten about. Stuff that I don't even know that has happened, and it's cool to be able to have a record of it. So yeah, this is some cool stuff.
Yeah. All right. Hey guys, thanks for joining on in. We're gonna be doing another one next week. Haven't reached out to the person yet, but I'm planning on having a Battlefield show every weekend as much as I possibly can. So if you guys like this type of content, you know, please do follow the channel. We're here Saturday nights around 8 p.m. Pacific time. And yeah, BrettFX, what's planned for you? What are you up to right now? Where can people find you?
So if you want to, you can follow me on Twitch. It's or Twitter. I'm sorry, just at BrettFX. Pretty simple there. Then if you do want to find me over on Twitch, which I don't really stream a whole lot anymore, it's just twitch.tv/BrettFX. So pretty cool stuff there. And if you did want to check out any of the stuff that I said on YouTube that I was talking about, just look up youtube.com/BrettFX Gaming. So that'll take you to my channel with heaps and gobs of everything from matches to community games to spectator to just me bitching about stuff, all kinds of stuff.
Sweet. Guys, if you enjoy, go follow him. Great guy. Hey, thank you so much. It was great getting to know you, and hopefully we'll bring you back to the program once again. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and watching live. This will be put up on YouTube later on this evening or tomorrow morning. This is a new record in the Battlefield show, the longest Battlefield show ever. Right here, BrettFX. Congratulations. We've broke a new record. There you go. 4 hours, 20 minutes, and some change.
Do I get a trophy?
I'll send you one in the mail. Okay?
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much. We're going to go raid someone, so stick around. And we'll see you tomorrow for some more Battlefield 5 action, or what's left of it. All right. All right, guys. Have a good night. Bye-bye now.